Good morning, good afternoon, aloha, and welcome to Huntington Beach, the site of the Stand-Up World Series, Huntington Beach Pro, the racing portion of the Waterman League's Stand-Up World Tour and World Series. We would like to throw you now to Tristan Boxford, who will be giving the riders and the racers their briefing and course descriptions.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Could I get all the athletes around us, please? All athletes, please join around here for the official briefing. So, could I get all athletes around the stage here for the official briefing, please? All athletes. So we're going to get underway here pretty shortly. We're going to go for a 12:45 start. It's going to be the standard World Series sprint course. I'll let everybody come up. Thank you, guys. Try to find. Okay, guys, I'm just going to get underway here, so I hope you're all listening. So, standard World Series sprint course, we got the M course, we got the start line between the two starboard flags up there. You'll run into the water on the horn. The starting signal is I'll be up there for the starts. I'll be giving you your starter's orders, and then literally just wait for the horn to go. So no false starts, nobody running before you hear the sound of the horn. I won't give you a countdown. I'll just literally say you're under starter's orders, and you just wait for the horn, then you run. You'll bolt into the water, then out to this buoy that they're just adjusting up at the top there. A left-hand turn on the outside. You'll then come into this stick buoy on the inside. I'm going to put another flag to mark it on the inside so you guys know where to head for, just in case you can't see it from the outside. But it'll be that inside stick. You got to come around on the inside, back out to the buoy, and then straight into the finish line here, running finish. And we will mark the finish a little more clearly in a second here. You just got to cross the line with your paddle. And we will have a few volunteers to help with boards on the insides. So yeah, left turn on the outside buoy, right turn on the inside buoy, left turn on both outside buoys. So it's a pretty straightforward M course. The heats are now up there on the board, so go check it out, see what heat you're in. We're going to keep it pretty sequential order, starting with the men's first round, then the men's repechage, and then the women's first round, then the men's quarterfinals, then the women's repechage, then the men's semis, then the women's final, then the men's final.
How many go through?
It's half the heat go through. Actually, in the first round, it's top 3 go through. The rest go in the repechage, and then half the heat from there. But we'll post the advancing on the board there as well.
So will we stick up north of it? Is that the whole point of that? Like a breeze then?
But yeah, so we do have a boundary here. We're going to set a flag on the beach here down by the water's edge. You can't come in south of that flag. I'll be placing that shortly. So please remember, athletes, we can't have you coming in further down the beach and running up the beach. You have to come this side of the flag that's going to be placed here shortly. Has anybody got any questions? Everybody clear? All clear?
With our paddle.
We're going to start at 12:45, so first heat should line up 12:45 up by the flags up there.
With our paddle, then have our board.
So at the start line, you start with the board and paddle, and you'll run in, and the finish is you can leave the board and run up with the paddle. You must have the paddle in your hands.
What happens if we get to that noodle buoy and it's underwater?
Just keep to the inside of the noodle buoy, even if it's underwater. It'll be around.
Can't see it if it's underwater.
We'll have somebody on the inside, a flag there. We're going to do our best. We'll put a round buoy if we can by it as well, just to make sure.
The second noodle buoy, I mean,
Second noodle buoy is not relevant.
be on the right side or the left side coming in?
Coming in, you need to you're going to go around it with the buoy outside of you, so to your right.
This one on the inside right here?
Yeah, the one on the inside. Oh, coming in, don't worry about that buoy right there. I'm going to move that.
Well, what if we catch a wave and we go to the right of it? Do we have to stay on the right side?
I'm putting a flag on the beach. You just got to be north of the flag on the beach when you come into the finish.
So forget that buoy.
Forget the buoy.
You think people
make sure it's really clear.
Just be on the shore or just on the beach?
Yeah.
Just so people can see it.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise they'll run straight over.
Yeah. Cool.
On the other side?
Forget that. Yeah, we're going to move that. Okay, thanks, man. Okay, is everyone clear? We'll see you up there at 12:45. We'll make those final adjustments. Flag will be in the sand as the boundary marker. And good luck today.
Yeah, we'll be walking.
So you just heard our briefing from Tristan Boxford, the head of the Waterman League, giving the racers the lowdown of the course and race start times. We have Jake Jensen, Eric Therrien, and Dylan Frick on the beach to give us their take on this Stand-Up World Series sprint race. Take it away, boys.
Pretty good. I'm just waiting for the races to start. It is gonna be fun.
So you guys were here last year, or two of you were, and we had some pretty big surf going in and out through the shore break here. Today the waves have died down a little bit. Do you enjoy that it's a little bit smaller, or you like the big surf for the racing?
I'd actually probably prefer the bigger surf. You know, it's a bit more carnage, bit more interesting to watch. But you know, everyone's going to enjoy it. We're all going to love it out there. There'll be a bit of carnage, probably a few snap boards. We'll see, but you know, we're all going to have fun, and it will be very interesting.
And Dylan, this is your first time racing here at Huntington Beach. What are you looking forward to?
Well, first of all, I just hope I get into the finals. But I don't really know. I'm just excited to get on the water.
Dylan, yes, you are a man of few words. But Eric Therrien, you've competed all around the world. What do you like about Huntington Beach?
Well, I like the waves. It makes racing more exciting. It's good to have, during the whole year, we have flat water locations, and we have locations with waves. So it's good to be here and have some surf.
Right on, boys. Well, you guys will be getting started pretty soon. Best of luck to all of you. and we'll see you in the races coming up shortly.
Jake.
We take a look at the jet ski, the the Huntington Beach lifeguards. Always used to saying Hawaiian Water Patrol, but that is the Huntington Beach lifeguards. Doing a great job keeping everybody safe this entire week. We appreciate the job they're doing. And they're going to set some buoys for us out there and get the course drawn up. I'm Rocky Cannon with Dave Bainey. And Dave,
good morning. Or good
it's
afternoon.
Pretty tricky course this morning, in and out through the surf. What are you looking for in this Stand-Up World Series?
Yeah, well, the surf sprints are always the most fun races to watch, in my opinion. And Huntington Beach, what a great venue to have this go down. Last year, there was plenty of waves. Again, we got plenty of waves, as you've seen all week. And it's all about that start, Rocky, getting through that shore break. And a lot of times that's where the race is won or lost. But, if there's a set coming, there is that factor of catching up, catching a wave. So anyone's game, and stoked to get this thing going.
I kind of like the in and out through the surf because I feel like it kind of levels the playing field where you may have, fast paddlers like Connor Baxter or Kai Lenny. They have a little rivalry in the making, building up here as we head into the Stand-Up World Series. But coming back in, like you said, catching a wave back to shore can really make a big difference in your finishings when you're heading back in, or you catching a wave and falling off and having someone pass you. So in and out through the surf is one of the most exciting ways to witness stand-up paddle racing here for the Stand-Up World Series. To our racing portion, we've gone to Abu Dhabi, we've gone to Europe, all kinds of places. We were just in Japan a couple of weeks ago, and we are here at Huntington Beach. Of course, the finale going to be at Turtle Bay Resort next month. Yeah. After the surfing finale in France, we'll have the racing finale at Turtle Bay Resort. And you see the #1 jersey there for Connor Baxter, your current series leader on the tour at the moment. Noah Janela coming into your frame there. And he's also a formidable competitor all the way from the North Shore.
Yep.
And should be an interesting race today. We have, racers from New Zealand, from Australia,
France,
Brazil, all over the country and all over the nation, all over the world coming here to compete in this Stand-Up World Series at Huntington Beach. Always a great venue, It's very welcoming to surfing and stand-up paddleboarding. It is Connor Baxter working on his starts right there, like you said, Dave Bainey, that run through the shore break and going over the waves. You're going to see a lot of technical skill and balance involved. You see how he switches his feet around? He goes 2 feet forward in a Duke stance and then shifts to a surfing stance to go over the waves. So a lot of technicalities, a lot of skill to be observed here, and it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, everybody knows when they show up to these surf races, you know, you got to have a full bag of skills under your belt. You know, wave riding, sprinting, you know, even that endurance aspect, because you are running that heart rate at a high level for a good amount of time. So a lot of people, you know, they're getting new boards, got Battle of the Paddle coming up, so they're feeling out their board, and we got plenty of surf, so this is definitely going to be a fun day of racing to watch.
Oh, yeah. The master down on the beach there, getting some well wishes. And we had that dude right there, number 35, Kai Bates, doing fairly well in the surfing. We had 4 days of surf competition right here at Huntington Beach with a lot of waves, a lot of great conditions. You know, some days were a little onshore windy, but we had other days that was pure Huntington glass. It was Kai Lenny taking it for the men's for a second year in a row. And it was Izzy Gomez taking it for the women's, also a repeat performance for Izzy, winning back-to-back here, just like Kai Lenny, as you see some warm-ups going on in the water, trying to make that connection on the inside, and a lot of pressure on the tail, Dave, as you hit that inside section. You don't want to pearl.
Yeah, it's not easy riding these race boards in the surf. You know, many of them definitely not designed to ride waves, but you can see there's a couple new shapes showing up at these, you know, surf races now. There's definitely companies picking up on the you know, the surf race,
right,
and designing around that kind of format. So we're going to see some different looking boards. I know Mo Freitas has a new board that looks quite different than a conventional race board. Eric Tarian seems to have one of those kind of more rounded noses as well. So it's going to be cool to see all this new equipment and see how it all fares through the surf.
And there's Kai Lenny, who's getting a warm-up, and all of our stand-up paddleboarders out there right now getting practice riding the waves in. And you said it, Dave, some board designers getting a little more specific with the surf racing in and out through the surf. You know, for long distance, just going downwind, you have a certain kind of shape, and then for the in and out through the surf, it's apparent that we have different designs coming into play for these in and out through the surf races, as a couple of Wahines enjoying the action. Yep, that's you. You guys were playing volleyball earlier. We saw you. Yeah, hi, aloha, good morning, good afternoon. Actually, it's midday, so we'll say aloha, avakea, good midday to you.
Yeah, and Rocky, it's pretty impressive to see some of these guys, you know, who competed in the surf, flip the switch and get out of surf mode straight into race mode. You know, like Kai Lenny coming off a win yesterday. All of a sudden, he's got to put that in the background, forget about surf, and get his game face on for race day, because now he's got to, you know, think about Connor and Jake and all those guys. And so it takes a lot, you know, mental preparing as well as recovering from that, you know, long week of competition.
Yeah, we had great surfing going on the last 4 days. Now they have to get into the race mindset. And, you know, some of the surfers are not racers, and they won't be competing today. We have some racers that aren't surfers that we haven't seen throughout the week, but we see them here in racing competition. And then, of course, we see a great deal of athletes doing both surfing and racing. And that's the beauty of stand-up paddleboarding, is that there are two very distinct disciplines to participate in, and they're both so different.
Yeah, and one thing about the racing too, Rocky, it's like there's always a clear winner, right? You know, there's never debating who wins. It's first across the line,
right,
and it ends right there. So
much more objective. Yes,
much more objective, and really fun for the spectators, you know, especially, you know, if you get that view from the pier. What a great venue to check this out. The course race so close to shore. We're going to have a nice, I believe, a triangle course today, Rocky. Sometimes we do an M course, but it looks like it's set up for a triangle. So, you know, it forces you to go in and out of the lineup multiple times, and guys are going to have to be on point. And you can see they're outside just warming up, sharpening those skills, getting used to those boards, and we're going to be kicking off the first heat here soon.
We got heat number one checking in at the starting line. Heat number one check in at the start line.
You see athletes lining up for heat one, surveying the lineup there, waiting for a copy of the heat sheets. But just a quick look, looks like in heat one we got world ranked.
All racers, please return to shore. All competitors, please return to shore. All competitors, please return to shore. We're going to get ready to start heat number 1. All competitors, please return to shore at this time.
Quick look at Heat 1. As I can see, Mo Freitas, Connor Baxter, Josh Riccio is down there, Bicho as well, all lining up, getting ready. Kicking this first heat off with some of the fastest guys on the planet.
Yeah, heat number 1 will feature World Series leader Connor Baxter, Mo Freitas, Paul Jackson, Michael Booth, Javier Jimenez, Justin Bing, and Josh Riccio, all in heat number 1. Thank you for your cooperation in the shore break, all of our swimmers and beachgoers. Clear the way. We're going to start in a couple minutes. Heat number 1 of round 1, men's sprint racing. This is going to be exciting stuff, folks. They're going to head out through the surf, around the buoys on their left shoulder, and back into shore with the waves. So there could be quite a bit of carnage, quite a bit of action in and out through the surf for this men's round 1 sprint racing. There is the start of heat number 1, and they're off. Heading out through the surf. You see the techniques there. Connor Baxter in the yellow, the World Series leader. He's out there with Mo Freitas, Paul Jackson, Michael Booth, Javier Jimenez, Justin Bing, and Josh Riccio.
Check that out, Rocky. Looks like Connor, the only one clean one out, and at least in our frame. Oh, you see Mo hanging right next to him in 65 right there.
Yep.
That was about a chest-high shore break those guys had to punch through.
And all of our racers opting for the coil leashes that stay on the board to minimize drag, as opposed to the more conventional surf leash that drags in the water. The coil leash is the leash of choice for majority of our racers. Connor Baxter going around this wave.
Wow, check that out.
Sees it stacking up, and our other paddlers going over that white water.
Look at Connor just finds that quicker water next to the pier. That was interesting strategy. As he went right, everybody opted to still go straight, and Connor comes away the cleanest. So we got Connor leading up front in yellow, Mo Freitas in second. That looks like Bicho Jimenez in 71, and I'm going to say Paul Jackson 38 is your top four right there. Oh, and then someone comes in on the corner. Not quite sure who 35 is at the moment.
Yeah, and as they make the first turn around that buoy.
Oh, that's Kai Bates. Check it out. So we got Connor, Mo Freitas, Bicho Jimenez, and Kai Bates.
Followed by Josh Riccio and Michael Booth in the mix as well. And now they're coming to the south buoy. So there's a buoy north next to the pier and a buoy further south. They'll make that left turn and head straight back to shore.
And here's where the surf race comes into play, the unpredictability of it. Guys in last, catching up, catching a wave. So let's see this inside, how this plays out. They're looking for the buoy to flip around here in the shore break as a couple of the riders taking up the tail end of this, catching up with the front pack.
They're going to come in and go around the starboard flag. There you see Connor Baxter making that right turn. So they go out around the first buoy, in around the flag on the beach, and back out to the south buoy for a left turn, and then back to shore. So M-Course racing. As you see, Mo Freitas, Kai Bates, Paul Jackson. And there's Josh Riccio, Justin Bing. Justin nursing that right knee injury. One thing you don't notice, Dave, is how difficult it is balancing on these narrow race boards.
Yeah, no doubt. Talking to some of the guys before the race, we got some boards in the 23-inch zone, 24 kind of the average, I would say now. But, yeah, there's a lot of swirling, a lot of rip tides, side bump. So it's very difficult. You can see a lot of those guys, in that kind of athletic stance, just slightly bent to help with that stability. As we see Connor just going through the paces, making around this buoy. If you watch Connor closely, too, he just reads the water so well. He seems to find that fast water and utilize every little bump,
He's way ahead of the pack right now.
And he doesn't even look like he's paddling hard.
Right. He's pacing himself very well. Staying in front, just making sure he advances on to the quarterfinals. Of course, the bottom of the pack will be advancing to the repechage. Everybody will have at least 2 chances.
Saw Mo Freitas moving to second place. Good little comeback from him. He had a little stumble in the surf and was about 5th place around the buoy, but he's up to 2nd. As Connor just stretching it out. But Mo finding a little bump, get a little separation from that pack. So did we say top 3 are advancing, Rocky? Or? But Connor looking strong in that yellow jersey. Your current ratings leader, Stand-Up World Series, is Connor's going to glide in here, take first place in this first heat of competition.
And Connor making his way up through the finish line between the starboard flags. And Connor Baxter, the winner of heat number 1. Heat number 2, get ready. Zane Schweitzer, Eric Tarian, Dylan Frick, Noah Janela, Point Nike Rioja, Giorgio Gomez, and Brennan Rose. Please get ready at the starting line. And Mo Freitas in second. And look at that sprint race for the finish. Zane Schweitzer getting ready for heat number 2 right there. And they're off for heat number 2.
Thanks, bro. Good stuff out there, man.
So we've got the starting of heat number 2. Crucial situation going through the shore break. Wow, look at that. All paddlers trying to get to their feet and through more waves. Wow. Launching the boards over. You see the paddlers next to the pier getting a little bit of an advantage. Dylan Frick breaking through. He stays on his feet. Zane Schweitzer coming through. And check that out. Dylan Frick, Zane Schweitzer.
Looks like Brennan Rose, too.
Eric Tarian, Brennan Rose, all in the mix. Noah Janela. And now that all of our heat number 2 have made it past the shore break, we're going to throw you down to winner of heat number 1, Connor Baxter.
How's it going? Super stoked to get that first round over. It's always getting the butterflies out. Feeling super good, warmed up, and ready for the next few rounds coming up.
Yeah, you look pretty relaxed out there, Connor. We saw you even stretching out a little bit, putting the paddle between your shoulders and arms, getting it stretched out. What do you like about Huntington Beach?
Yeah, we got a lot of surf behind me right now, so that's going to play a huge factor in the race. And I'm stoked to be here. Perfect event site, and couldn't be more stoked.
Cool, right on, Connor. Well, you'll be coming up in the quarterfinals. You're able to advance on to that round. So we'll see you coming up soon. Good luck and get some rest.
Thank you.
Thanks, bro. Cheers.
Oh, you got to come back in. Come back in. That was Zane Schweitzer heading over to the other buoy, but you got to come in and go around the flag. The M course being set up here. Buoys out the back, flag on the beach. And Zane went for the other buoy kind of instinctively and forgot about the flag on the beach. And he's now given his other competitors a chance to catch up with him. Dylan Frick, stroke for stroke right there. As you see also up ahead, that is Giorgio Gomez. Giorgio Gomez out in the front right now. And here comes a wave, however. Zane Schweitzer able to catch up. And Giorgio goes down. Little straight-legged there. Got to keep those knees very well bent. Zane Schweitzer ends up turning the flag first, even with a little mishap going to the wrong buoy. And Poinike in second. Dylan Frick right there. Giorgio Gomez all in the top of this heat. All right, so this is the Stand Up Paddle World Series. We thank you all for joining us here live on the beach and live on watermanleague.com. If there are any volunteers on the beach that want to help with gathering the boards when they hit the shore break, you get a free t-shirt for your services and you get to be involved in the Stand Up Paddle World Series. We just need a few volunteers to check in on the south end of our scaffolding. If you'd like to help gather boards after each heat, you'll see what happens when they come in. Dave Bainey, all they need to do is run across the finish line with their paddle. They can leave their board in the shore break. So you saw Connor and a few of those with the big leads running up with their board, but most of our competitors will be running in without their board, just their paddle in hand. That's the requirement. So if we have any volunteers that would like to help out on the beach, gathering boards and just bringing them back up on the dry land, that will be much appreciated. You get a free t-shirt for your volunteering. Check in with the south end of the scaffolding here with our production team and get yourself a free t-shirt. Help us out and get involved with the Stand Up Paddle World Series and get to interact with our athletes up close and personal, Dave.
That's right. So your help is greatly appreciated. And you might be able to sneak in a quick little look at the board design if you're lucky. But as we see, Zane Schweitzer recovering nicely from taking that wrong turn at the first buoy, currently leading this lap. And Brennan Rose right behind him, Dylan Frick, as well as Poinike, more known for his surfing, hanging right in there in the top pack of this sprint race, Rocky. And that's the beauty of this format.
Yeah, there he is catching a wave. Right alongside Zane Schweitzer. This is a close one. It's going to come down to the run up the beach. And look at this. Everybody getting a wave. The pack is close together. It's anyone's game right now. Noah Janela already taking off his leash, getting ready to run up the beach. Cheer him on, guys. Let's bring him in.
Check that out, Rocky. Eric Tarian from last, currently dropping in first in that blue stripe board. Let's see how this pans out. Someone taking donuts, some more donuts. Everyone taking donuts. Who could jump over their board and run the fastest? Looks like Zano in the white shades right there.
Oh, my goodness. Zane Schweitzer running through the chute and past the flags first, followed by Dylan Frick, Eric Tarian. There's Noah Janela, Poinike Rioja, Giorgio Gomez.
Hey, Rocky, that was huge. Huge for Eric Tarian. Eric Tarian was in last place of that race for a very long time. Caught that wave, ends up third. So, wow, you never can count yourself out in these sprint races through the surf, Rocky.
Yeah, for sure. Anything can happen. You can go from 7th to 2nd in a matter of a few feet and a few seconds. So just a quick illustration of how exciting these sprint races are, not only for our competitors, but for our spectators as well. Heat number 3, ready to start. Jake Jensen, last year's long distance winner. Casper Steinfath, Vinicius Martins, Anthony Vela, Naino David, Max Fleming, Kavika Kinimaka, and Pete Dories.
me when. Yes, one. What'd you do?
And here goes heat number 3. Hitting the water, Jake Jensen out in front gets the whole shot. But here comes the tricky part, through the surf, over the waves, through the white water. One rider goes down. One racer opting for the knee paddling for the shore break. But I believe the stand-up paddleboarding, Dave, you're able to get that much more leverage and more of an efficient stroke while you're standing. That would be the optimal position to get the best stroke, standing up paddling. We're going to take you down to the beach with the winner of that very close heat number 2, Zane Schweitzer. You took a little bit of a wrong turn, but you made up for it and ended up winning the heat.
Yeah, you know, after that beach start, it was kind of hectic. Got pounded quite a bit. Glad I wore a leash in my Waterman Maui gyms with the straps, because I would have lost my glasses if they weren't this model. But waves were bombing when we started that race, and kind of was just in game mode when I rounded that first buoy and just charged it down the coast. And luckily, Brandon whistled at me. He's like, "Hey, wrong way." So.
That's
yeah,
good
thanks,
sportsmanship Brandon. Right there from Brennan Rose. But Zane, you've advanced to the quarterfinals. And what do you like most about Huntington Beach?
Oh, well, you know, probably just the people and the environment. And, you know, of course, the waves are fun, pretty consistent. And for racing, it's always exciting racing out here. A lot of carnage, a lot of stuff going on. As you can see, we got a lot of action out the back right now with sets coming around this buoy. But yeah, thanks you guys. Stoked to make it through. Aloha.
All right, Zane, we'll see you up in the quarterfinals. Best of luck to you. And checking out heat number 3, Jake Jensen. First one to hit the beach and around that first flag, the M course. In and out through the surf, Dave. You got to love it. You got to go 2 times in and out through the surf.
Yeah, Jake Jensen just had an incredible start. Had a killer skim off the run and just, you know, propelled him through that first shore break. Him and Casper just got out in front quite quickly while the rest of the guys were just a hair too late. And as you see him coming in on the shore break, that is not easy to do, everybody. We see Vinicius, Anthony Vela. Young Max Fleming's going to make the flag turn right here. Local Grom from Dana Point. AV making the flag turn. The beauty about this race, as we saw in the last heat, all these guys are still way in this race. We don't know what's going to happen out the back with the surf, so you can never give up. As Eric Tarian in the last heat had a terrible start, ends up finishing 3rd place. So you see the front runners. 82, that is Jake Jensen. 2nd place, Casper Seinfath, number 56. Followed by the young buck, Max Fleming. Closely behind him is Vinicius from Tahiti. And Brazil, I'm sorry, and Anthony Vela, number 78. Jake Jensen making the buoy turn, looking collected. Jake's got a nice lead, so he's just going to try to keep it up, keep that pace, not overdo it. Try not to make any mistakes. He's getting served up with a nice wave to extend his lead as well. So Jake Jensen in great rhythm with this heat, as you see Casper right behind him. So Jake and Casper are getting blessed with the wave on the way in.
Great close-up of the shape of these racing boards, and how they're not really meant for riding waves. But, of course, if a wave comes your way and you're standing on a board, you're going to ride it, you know, in some way, shape, or form. And Jake Jensen making his way to the inside. Thank you for your help with the boards on the inside. Mahalo. Jake Jensen, the winner of heat number 3. Heat number 4 should be getting checked in. Kai Lenny, Cody Kerbox, Arthur Arutkin, Riggs Napoleon, Fernando Stala, Kieran Grant, and Nakoa DeCoit check in.
Christian, how many people advance? Finishing second was Casper Steinfap. And rounding up the third spot, Vinicius Martin from Brazil. He'll run up the beach.
Yeah, Vinicius helped us with some Portuguese translation of the Vaz brothers. Good job, Vinicius. Check this out, a close finish for the qualifying position. Running up the shore, sprinting. You must have your paddle. You must have your paddle. That is part of the rule book. I believe that was Kavika Kinimaka running up paddle free. But you must have your paddle. Costly mistake there. Oh, possibly Anthony Vela. I'm not sure who was running up without their paddle, but they turned around and picked it up.
There we go, heat number 4, off and running. As you see riders staying up through that impact zone. Everybody having a little bit of trouble. Kai Lenny, number 40, and Cody Kerbox, the only ones able to stay on the board 100% so far, as they just get plowed. Kai Lenny getting the clean water on the side. And Fernando Stala, first one up from that pack. So out in front, you got Kai Lenny and number 40. And on the left-hand side, out of frame, is Fernando Stala. We got Riggs Napoleon and a few other guys still working their way through that impact zone.
And then we're going to take you down to Jake Jensen, the winner of heat number 3. Jake, pretty good race there. You had a good lead. And what are you? How are you feeling after that first race?
Yeah, pretty tired. I chose to go with no leg rope that race, you know, for a bit of early start speed. Managed to get out there pretty cleanly. Everyone else behind me seemed to get really pumped. So, you know, I was stoked. I got a bit of luck going out through those waves there. So, feeling good, ready for the third round.
Cool, right on, man. Congratulations. You'll be in the quarterfinals, so we'll see you there. Get some rest and some water, and we'll see you soon, buddy.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, Jake Jensen, winner of last year's long-distance race.
Take a look at Kai Lenny right there, the first one around the buoy. Kai, lucky enough to be the only one to find clean water at that start, manages to keep his hair dry. Kai racing with a nice case of bedhead. He's going to make it in here on this wave. So far, so good for your world champion, Kai Lenny. He's going to casually ride this wave and make his way around that first buoy.
And Kai Lenny coming into shore with dry hair still. Racing up to that flag and making the right turn. And, wow, really smoking the pack as the rest of our paddlers coming in all at once. It's Kai Lenny with a big lead for heat number 4. We're going to have our Repicharge heat check in. Repicharge heat, please check in. Repicharge number 1, please check in.
All right, as you see the next 3 guys making their way in your frame, that's Cody Kerbox, Fernando Stala making it around the flag first, and Riggs Napoleon. Riggs making up some great ground, had that, pretty shaky start, but he's in that top 3.
All right, correction. We need women's heat 1, round 1 to check in. Women's, please check in. Women's heat 1, round 1, please check in. We're going to get into some Wahine racing following this heat number 4. Kai Lenny out in front on your screen. And he is leading the pack here in heat number 4. Women, round 1, heat 1, please check in. Lena Algatis, Talia DeCoit, Karen Jacobson, Candice Appleby, Fiona Wild, Izzy Gomez, and Shelby Taylor check in for round 1, heat 1 of the women. And here comes Kai Lenny riding a wave in on that racing board. And the rest of the pack making the final turn on the buoy, headed back to shore. And it's Kai Lenny with a big lead, making his way to the shore break and through the starboard finish line. Kai Lenny, folks, give it up for Kai, winner of that heat number 4. And going to be exciting for the final qualifying positions for the quarterfinals. Riggs Napoleon right there with Cody Kerbox. And a big double up. Cody gets taken out. Riggs holding on for just a moment longer. And he's going to hemo the leash, as we say in Hawaii. Take off the leash. And run up through the shore break, through the starboard finish line. And Riggs Napoleon coming in second. Thank you to our volunteers helping with the boards in the shore break. Mahalo. Be sure you come up and get your t-shirt for your services. We appreciate that very much.
As we see Kieran Grant making his way in. Ooh, he's going to run his own board up.
Okay, for the girls, heat 1, round 1 should be ready at the start. Looking at Izzy Gomez, along with Shelby Taylor, Fiona Wild, Candice Appleby, Karen Jacobson, Talia DeCoit, and Lena Algatis.
And they're off. Heat 1, round 1 of the women's. This heat has Lena Agaitis, Talia DeCoit, Karen Jacobson, Candace Appleby, Fiona Wild, Izzy Gomez, and Shelby Taylor. As we see Izzy, newly crowned stand-up paddle world champion, getting a clean start right there.
Wow, shore break action here at Huntington Beach. Through the surf, and Izzy pumping away. Out in the lead, gets the whole shot, and the rest of our girls bringing up the rear through that shore break. And we're going to take you down live on the beach with the winner of heat number 4, Kai Lenny, advancing to the quarterfinals. Looked pretty good there, Kai. You had a big lead. How do you feel?
Feeling good. A little bit tired from yesterday, but that last tee went better than I thought it was. I thought I was going to get smashed on that last set, but fortunately I wiggled my way out and paddled around and made it through. But I knew even coming in on that last wave, I could potentially eat it and get past, so I was playing it really safe.
Yeah. Talk about the course, going in and out through the surf, 2 times, and what kind of strategy there is and how exciting it is.
Well, I just remember last year was just as big, maybe a little bigger, but the way the sandbars were set up, it was further out, and so there wasn't a dumping shore break. And that's what's deadly on these race boards, because they don't fit in the curvature of the wave. And there's some good ones to catch out the back, but what you got to watch is those danger zones. I mean, the start's probably the gnarliest of any race ever.
Yeah, and you got to do it 2 times coming into that flag, but you did a great job, won that heat. We'll see you in quarterfinal action, Kai. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Kai Lenny winning that heat by a wide margin, Dave. He was really ahead of the pack. You heard him a little bit tired from yesterday. He surfed a lot of heats all the way to the first place finish. As we see some potential carnage and collisions out there, and Candace Appleby getting the better of that swell and riding it all the way in.
Yeah, that's really no surprise. Candace, so good in these surf race conditions on a race board. She lives in San Clemente, so she does a lot of that kind of practicing, and I see her surfing a race board quite a bit, and it shows. She definitely has great skills on those boards. As you see, it's really hard to navigate that shore break.
And exactly what Kai Lenny was talking about, these race boards having a hard time fitting in the curvature of the wave. And that point displayed to a T right there from Izzy Gomez as Candace Appleby turns the inside flag and heads back out for the second half of this M-Course sprint race.
Yeah, and check that out. We got Izzy Gomez, as you know, was crowned the stand-up paddle World Tour World Champion in the surf yesterday. Good to see her having a clean race. She got that great start, and she's just hanging in there in a qualifying spot at the moment. So right now we got Candace Appleby out in front. Looks like Lena Agatis in second. I believe it was Izzy Gomez in third, followed up by Talia DeCoit. Those are your current top 4. They are in qualifying positions. So we'll see how the rest of this race pans out. But Candace Appleby looking really strong at the moment, casual, and had a great ride in. As you see, Lena, your number 1 ranked paddler in the women's event, chasing her down. Izzy having a little bit of trouble in that shore break, as we'll see that quite a bit today. Candace Appleby on the screen, number 22, comfortably out in front.
So got to say mahalo to Oakley, designing and outfitting our racers with those rash guards. You see it fitting nicely on Candace Appleby. And we also have our men being outfitted by Oakley race rash guards. So more than just quality eyewear, Oakley producing some of the best apparel on the market nowadays.
As you see, Candace Appleby playing it smart. You know, she knows what's going on. She sees that wave approaching, opts to wait up for it so she could catch it rather than have it swallow her up. She takes her leash off. She's going to ride it in clean. As Candace, we'll see her running up the beach. She will finish first in this first qualifying heat of the women's. Looks like Lena's going to be in second. And Lena's got to be stoked, as, you know, talking to her before the race, she was definitely a little nervous through the surf. One of the strongest women competitors. So Candace Appleby winning that first heat. In second place is Lena. We got 2 spots left for qualification. The top 4 will move on to the quarterfinals. All right, Izzy Gomez. Looks like she's going to finish up in third if she could come clean on the inside right here. She is getting chased down. Or that actually looks like Fiona Wild. Fiona's going to finish in third place. Great race by Fiona. So moving on through, Candace Appleby, Lena Agatis, Fiona Wild. We got 1 spot left for qualification, straight into the quarterfinals. As we see Tally DeCoit.
Oh, shore break carnage there for one of our paddlers. Just gets caught from behind. It looks like possibly Karen Jacobson out of Mexico. Heat number 2, get ready. Angela Jackson, Monica Notar, Caroline Angibo, Taryn Kite, Laura Clayton, Keale Dories. Get ready. As we have the rest of our girls finish up on the inside for heat number 1, we're going to show Riggs Napoleon and Cody Kerbox in that treacherous shore break. You see a gnarly double up between Cody Kerbox and Riggs Napoleon. And that wave upends them. That was previous action in heat number 4 of the men's. And there's our girls finishing heat number 1. Yes, it is a treacherous course. Candace Appleby giving some encouragement to Izzy Gomez, who is breathing very heavily. Heat number 2 is on. If anybody's got some water to get down to Izzy Gomez, she could definitely use it. There they go, making their way around the first buoy. It is a tight heat number 2.
Thank you.
3 competitors making the turn simultaneously. We have the winner of heat number 1, Candace Appleby. You got to be feeling pretty good to advance on to round 3. Candace, talk about the course.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I had a mess up at the start. I was wearing a leash that was kind of short, and I tripped myself and landed on my butt in the sand. I think I might have a raspberry, but the jerseys are pretty long, so it covered it. And had to make up some ground, and there was a tricky wave after the first buoy turn. I was a little inside of the wave, and then I saw the girls coming behind me, so I had to wait, and it was almost carnage. Talia's board bounced off of my board, and I caught the wave and was able to stick with it and get out clean for the second portion, and yeah, stoked to move on.
Cool. Well, we'll see you in round 3, Candace. Get some water, get some rest, and stay tuned for a lot more action. Candace Appleby,
Thank
congratulations. And as we
Angie
see,
Jackson, woo!
Angie Jackson, you called it. She is heading to shore to make that first turn around the starboard flag. The mid portion of the M course. She'll be heading out for the second half of this 1-lap sprint race M course for the entire day. We have the men's repechage coming up next. Men's repechage, please check in. Men's repechage, check in. And all of our girls heading out for the second half of this M course lap design that we have for the sprint races here, the Stand-Up Paddle World Series, brought to you by the Waterman League. Oakley, providing all of our rash guards, stylish rash guards for our competitors. Starboard Innovation Quality, and of course, Turtle Bay Resort. If you want to get a chance to win a trip for 2, all-inclusive, all-paid trip to Turtle Bay, all you do is come up to the south end of our scaffolding or enter at turtlebaysup.com. And you could be joining us next month for the finale of the Stand-Up Paddle World Series at Turtle Bay Resort, racing at its finest on the north shore of Oahu. As the girls make it out to the final buoy, Kai Bates, Paul Jackson, Justin Bing, Josh Riccio, Poinaiki Raioha, Giorgio Gomez, Felipe Hernandez, and Brennan Rose check in for repo charge number 1. And here we go. That's, I believe, Angie Jackson finishing in first place. Sorry, second place. And there's Keale Dories coming through. It was Mansa Notar taking top position. Heat number 2 in the books for the girls. Repechage number 1 for the guys. Get ready. Here we go. Heat number 1 starting for the repechage. Heat number 2 replay of the girls. And you see some Izzy Gomez carnage there. This is Heat 1, actually. Candace Appleby coming through in first. Standing by for the start of repechage Heat number 1. Heat number 1 of the repechage for the guys getting ready. Set at the starting line. Kai Bates, Paul Jackson, Justin Bing, Josh Riccio, Poi Nike, Rioja, Giorgio Gomez, Felipe Hernandez, and Brennan Rose. Top 3 will be advancing to round 3. And there they go. This is always interesting right through the shore break. And you know, Dave, we talked about the repechage in surfing. You know, it's always nice to be able to leapfrog and advance to the round 3. But it's these guys right here having to race an extra round. So even if they do make it to round 3, they're going to be a little bit winded.
Yeah, that's for sure. And a lot of times, you know, there's always upsets in this format. So a lot of times the repechages are really, really competitive. As you see, Brennan Rose breaking away, taking the lead right there. I believe that's Poi Nike in second, followed up by Paul Jackson. So everybody's pretty tight right there.
Giorgio Gomez in the mix. Kai Bates right there, the master.
As you see, Josh Riccio as well. So
we got the winner of the last heat, Mansa Notar, standing by with camera 2. Mansa, it was a pretty cool course there. You ended up winning the heat and advancing to round 3. How do you feel?
I'm super stoked, and that's my first race on the waves, and I didn't know what to expect, and I'm really stoked.
Yeah, you look good out there. You had great form, and it is tricky going in and out through the waves. Talk about how hard it is and the strategy you're using to get through the surf.
Well, I just pedal. I mean, when I see the wave, I just pedal, and that's it.
Right on, Mansa. We'll see you in round 3, okay? Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Mansa Notar, winner of that round 1. Heat number 2 for the women. She'll be able to skip past the repechage and await the advancements of the round 2 repechage paddlers, as we see a pretty tight race here in the repechage. It's a dogfight. All these repechage rounds feature, you know, the best of the bottom finishers, which are really vying for qualification into round 3. And they're really hungry. They want to advance on. They're not going to give up. And you see all of our races pretty tight.
Yeah, no doubt. And you'll see that, you know, what you can't see actually unless you know what's going on really closely. There is a bunch of strategy going on. As you saw Brendan Rose get out strong, but then, he kind of let up, and you would ask, why would he let up? Well, Brendan knows that there's going to be a wave coming sooner or later, so he doesn't want to gas out and then be too far ahead of that wave. So
it's Brendan Rose and Poinike Rioja in the top two. Only one qualifying position left, and we have 3 racers vying for that spot. Giorgio Gomez, first around the buoy. We got Paul Jackson right there, Josh Riccio, Justin Bing, Felipe Hernandez, all in the runnings. Kai Bates as well. So we're going to have the men's repechage rounds, 1 and 2, and then go into the women repechage round, and then have round 3 of the men, then round 3 of the women.
we see your leader, Josh Riccio, making that final buoy turn. He's going to start looking for some bumps to catch in. As he's right behind him, that's Poinike.
Yeah, our top 3 right there.
And Paul Jackson from Australia.
And looks like B. Rose able to catch a wave.
It's actually Josh Riccio right there,
Josh
Rocky.
Riccio able to catch a wave. Poinike eyeing this one up here, as well as Jacko, Paul Jackson from Australia. It's the Tahitian up and riding here, runner-up from the surfing division. Almost loses it, but stays on board.
They're going to catch up with Josh, too. Check it out.
Oh, that's Josh right there. And Paul Jackson getting close to Josh.
Look at out the back, though, Rocky. We got 4 or 5 riders up. So as you see, our top 2 going to make it in pretty clean. Top 3, actually, Poinike's going to win this heat.
Poinike right there in first, jogging up the beach. And it'll be Josh Riccio. And then a lot of carnage in the shore break for the final qualifying position. Sprinting up the beach. Looks like Brendan Rose able to get that final qualifying spot. And Giorgio Gomez a little frustrated. It was a close finish right in the end there. And heat number 2, stand by. Nainoa David, Peter Dories, Kavika, Kinimaka, Anthony Vela, Fernando Stala, Kieran Grant, and Nakoa Decoit. Stand by for heat number 2 repechage round. All right. Rapid charge number 2 getting ready. And they're off. There goes rapid charge number 2. Please check in. Women's rapid charge heat. Women's rapid charge heat, please check in.
Getting that clean start, Rockies. Fernando Stala from Mexico. Looks like 73, Kieran Grant. I think 77, that might be Kavika Kinimaka. And to the right of your screen, in that second position, looks like Anthony Vela, number 78.
So all of our racers making it pretty clean through the shore break. They're fortunate to have a little bit of a lull in the wave action. And they're getting out to the first buoy. Fernando Stala in the lead right there. You see him with that Mexican power stroke. Makes the first turn on his left hand. And looks like Anthony Vela right behind him. Followed by the rest of the pack making the turn on the buoy now.
Yeah, we got Fernando leading this one. Looks like Kieran Grant and Anthony Vela kind of tied for second. But it does look like Anthony and Fernando are starting to distance themselves just a bit, catching a little bump. But further north, catching a wave. Looks like Kavika Kinimaka chooses a different path and lucks into that wave. He's going to reach the beach first. So Kavika coming from 4th or 5th, getting to the beach there first. As we see riders catching waves behind him.
There's Fernando. As well as looks like Nainoa David in the mix as well. Fernando makes a turn. Headed back out. Peter Dory's in your frame. Nainoa David. And it's kind of deja vu for the paddlers as they head back out through the surf again. Just like the start. And there's AV Anthony Vela, number 78, trying to plow through that Huntington Beach shore break. Not an easy task, folks, especially with these big, cumbersome stand-up paddle race boards. A lot of technical skill involved. Some of the best athletes in the world combining balance, endurance, strength, speed, and a whole lot of wave knowledge as well. So some of the best ocean athletes are on display here for the Stand-Up Paddle World Series. Only top 3 will be advancing to the next round. 7 paddlers, top 3 advance. Here they go, riding a wave all the way in. It's going to be a close finish. Top three advance to round three. And here they come for the final ride in. Fernando Stala ditching the leash right next to Kavika. Both colliding boards on the inside and running up to the finish. And look at Anthony Vella sneaking in from the left side. So it's Anthony in first, Fernando and Kavika advancing on as well. Good race, boys. A way to give it your all to the finish. Anthony Vella, where did you come from? You sneaky bugger, you. So, Anthony, Kavika, and Fernando advancing to round three. Stand by, rapid charge. Women, rapid charge. Stand by for your start. All right, so we've got the winner of that last heat coming out of nowhere on our screen, at least, Anthony Vella. That was a great performance. Rapid charge. You're into round three. How do you feel, buddy?
Really tired, but I mean, I pretty much got the best board on the beach, Dave Bainey Infinity Board, and like the Chinese say, beware what you wish for. Now I got to go against the likes of like Mo Freitas, Connor Baxter, Kai Lenny, but anything can happen in the surf. Super stoked with all the people that are here from all over the world, and super fun day. Can't stop watching the waves. I'm sorry, can't look at the camera. Beautiful day here in Huntington. Thanks, Rocky.
Hey, Anthony, always good to see you doing great, brother, and best of luck in round three, man.
All right.
Yeah, Anthony Vella. Performance paddling coming into play right there, showing you what it's all about. And we're going to check out a quick replay and then be ready for the start of the women's rapid charge number one. As it was a tight race all the way from start to finish. Fernando was in the lead. Anthony Vella kind of hanging tight right there. Kavika Kinimaka also in the mix, and it was Anthony, Kavika, and Fernando advancing to round number three. Rapid charge, women, ready for your start. Rapid charge, women, get ready for your start. Rapid charge, women. Please check in at the starting line. Women, rapid charge, check in at the starting line immediately. So as our girls get lined up for repechage number 1 here, we have a battle between Lena Alguedas and Angela Jackson for the top spot of the Stand-Up Paddle World Series in the women's division. Checking out the Sobe van right back there, and Ben Road Digger in your foreground, and talking story with the biggest fan of stand-up paddle board racing and surfing. And here we go. They're off. Repechage. Top 3 advancing into round 3. Being patient in the shore break. Checking out the conditions. Already going, however, is one of our racers right through that initial shore break. Hugging the pier seems to be a decent strategy too, Dave Bainey.
Yeah, hugging the pier, you're gonna find that little riptide. But as conditions change, you know, that secret little faster water could shift to the left or the right. So as we see racers finally getting through that impact zone.
It's a pretty cool course here at Huntington Beach, heading out through the surf, around the buoy, and back in around the flag, and back out through the surf. M course racing here at Huntington Beach for the Stand-Up World Series. Huntington Beach, one of the few selected venues where we have surfing and racing in one stop.
You see our racers making the first buoy turn right there. They're going to paddle in this M-style course. What that means, they'll round that first buoy, come straight to the beach, actually get off their boards and run around that starboard flag, head directly back out to that next triangle buoy further to the south, and come back in with a sprint up the beach. As you see our leader riding that wave quite comfortably all the way to the inside. Out the back, Sept's pouring in.
And check this out. Coming in for the lap around the flag on the inside. Being patient with the surf and the shore break. You want to be very selective and decisive on that inside. You don't want to ruin it by damaging your board or any part of your equipment, paddle, etc., or yourself, because that shore break is very, very treacherous.
As you see our leader, she's playing it right though. She had a great big lead, so why risk it? Wait for that big shore break to pass and sprint in, make it clean. So she's rounding that starboard flag. She'll head back out to the final buoy turn. So you see racers, I believe that's Laura Clayton, Talia DeCoit making the turn.
We will have a 10-minute break following this women's repechage, and then we'll be into men round 3. So following the women repechage, we'll have a short 10-minute break, allow our men repechage competitors to catch their breath and get hydrated, and then we'll be back in action for round 3. But this Stand-Up Paddle World Series, Dave, going all over the globe, literally. We started in Brazil, then went over to Abu Dhabi in the Middle East, and then traveled to Spain, France, to Finland, to Germany, Italy, and then here to Huntington Beach And we're finishing up the finals next month at Turtle Bay. How about that for a whirlwind tour?
Yeah, the Stand Up World Series obviously doing the best job bringing elite racing global. I mean, the racing, I think, even has more stops than the surfing. So the racing side of things definitely blowing up worldwide. And all these athletes get to go to all these far-off places, you know, a lot of them never been to. So what an opportunity for everybody to see the world's best in their country, as well as the athletes to go see somewhere new.
Yeah, that's a really great thing about the World Series is all the different places that they travel to. And like you said, Dave, it's not always about the waves. There are so many bodies of water to use for racing. And Finland, Germany, and Italy, not your usual go-to water sports destinations. But with stand-up paddleboarding, you're able to do all of that in multiple bodies of water and in places like Finland, Germany, and Italy, where you don't have a lot of action water sports, but stand-up paddleboarding, bringing it right to the front row.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And I think I heard Brazil, for instance, you know, the first year the Stand Up World Series visited Brazil, I believe there's about 80 participants in the race. So from this year, there was hundreds of participants, I believe over 500 participants in Brazil. So it just continues to grow, and it's just so fun to participate in these races, whether you're a kid, you know, mom and dad, or elite racers. So SUP racing definitely blowing up all across the globe. And we're stoked to have the world's best right here in Huntington Beach.
One of our stops that features both Stand Up World Tour and Stand Up World Series surfing and racing action.
Yeah, Rocky, as we see Talia Decoit breaking away a little bit from the pack. You know, Talia definitely known for reading the bumps well. You got to think that comes into play when the ocean goes flat and there's no waves. Talia is able to find those little nooks and crannies and bumps to get that extra glide, as she's looking great coming in here. And way outside, there's swells approaching. You can see all the riders kind of taking a quick look behind their shoulder. Looks like Talia is going to come in clean. We got 3, 4, 5 riders are going to have to deal with this ocean. As you see, the winner of this repechage, Talia Decoit from Maui. Right behind them, you see some carnage going on. Boards flying. But girls making the right decision, opting to pull out. They're going to race up this beach.
Only 2 spots remaining to qualify for round 3. Who will it be? Check them out in the shore break. Boards flying, paddles swinging, feet running up the beach. Here's number 2.
Finishing second, I believe that's Caroline Anjivab.
And look at this race.
We got a foot race.
Place.
Oh. I can't.
Who crossed first right there?
I can't make that call
from this angle. It was Taryn Kite advancing in the 3rd place position. Good job, all of you girls. Great race, good heat, and a great, exciting finish as well. We're going to take a short 10-minute break. And there's the replay. It was Taryn by a nose through the starboard flags. And there's the finish.
Power on and audio on, yeah?
And we do have the winner of that repechage heat during our 10-minute break. We're going to have a short 10-minute break. Round 3 men, get ready. Connor Baxter, Mo Freitas, Michael Booth, Javier Jimenez, Anthony Vela, Fernando Stala. Get ready. It is round 3 coming your way in just a few moments. Talia standing by with camera 2. Talia, you had a great race there, rapid charge round. You know, these rapid charge rounds are always so tough and competitive. How did you get on top?
I think I just focused on catching the right bumps and giving it my all in between out in the surf, and I'm really tired right now.
Talia, your maiden name is Gangini, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, and your dad gave me one of my very first surfboards, so tell your dad, John, thank you very much for getting my surfing started long time ago in the early 80s, but you did a great job out there. You have a round 3 coming up. What do you think it's going to take to win this short course sprint racing?
You're definitely going to want to get the right wave, and man, it's kind of luck out there. I just pray the whole time.
Well, that's a good strategy, and we'll wrap you up here. But good job, Talia, advancing out of the rapid charge into round 3, and good luck to you.
Thank you. Sorry, I was like, whoa.
We're going to check out a replay of that last rapid charge heat. The start, heading out on the pier side. The turn around the first buoy, it was still really close. And then Talia was able to pull away with a couple of great rides on that race board through to the inside, which was not an easy task, controlling that race board in the surf. It is quite treacherous and very dangerous here. And we're standing by for the start of round 3. Athletes, please check in. Connor Baxter, Mo Freitas, Michael Booth, Javier Jimenez, Anthony Vela, and Fernando Stala. So round 3, heat number 1 has started. Heat number 2, get checked in. Zane Schweitzer, Dylan Frick, Eric Terrian, Noah Janella, Kavika Kinimaka, and Peter Dories. Check in. Here they go around the first buoy. Connor Baxter with that signature #1 ratings leader, bright yellow rash guard, provided by Oakley. Mahalo Oakley for all of our rash guards for the men and women. Eric Terrian right there nipping at the heels of Connor Baxter. Sorry, that's not Eric. He is coming up in heat number 2. I believe that is either Michael Booth or Javier Jimenez. Connor Baxter coming in to the halfway point of this short course. The M course rides the board well through that shore break, using the paddle for stability. And jumps off, grabs the handle. And Connor Baxter, you see the technique there. Pretty seamless for Connor, off the board to the handle, carrying the board, now back on and back through the shore break. Decides to jump off and jump over that inside wave there. Fernando Stala right there, going back out through the surf. There's Connor Baxter, currently in the lead. And Connor just kind of going through the motions, making sure he stays out in front, saving a little bit for the final. They'll be racing potentially 5 times. If you're going to go through the repo, you'll be racing 5 times. Connor Baxter pumping his way into that swell, back to shore to the finish. We will, barring a crazy event, we'll see him in quarterfinal semifinal number 1. This is the quarters. 4 heats of quarterfinals here. And Connor Baxter saving some energy for the upcoming rounds and finishing in first place for this heat. You guys, give it up for Connor Baxter. Coming in first place. Nonchalant, small kind casual, but nonetheless, all serious game face is on for Connor Baxter. Here in the short course sprint racing portion of the Stand-Up World Series. There's Fernando Stala coming up through the finish. Connor Baxter coming in first. Connor, check in at camera 2, please. Connor, check in with Stuart. Quarter number 2 should be checked in. Zane Schweitzer, Dylan Frick, Eric Tarian, Noah Janela, Kavika Kinimaka, and Peter Dories. Check in at the starting line. And we're going to take you down live on the beach with the winner of that last heat, Connor Baxter. We'll keep it brief. How was your round 3 heat, Connor?
Same thing, went into that race with the same mindset, and that was just save energy and prepare for the finals. Luckily, got a couple good waves, snuck around a few, and came on top again, so super stoked.
Were you kind of going down the line on that last one, trying to get barreled.
Maybe.
I've seen you do floaters at Cocoa Beach coming in from a race, so can't take the surfer out of you. Connor, good job, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Connor Baxter, we'll see you in the semifinals. And we're checking out the replay of that last heat. It was a battle for second place as Connor Baxter started in the lead, held it all the way through Dave Maney, and finished in first.
Yeah, Connor just, so smart. He started kind of in the middle of that start. Notice the set's coming. He veers off to the right. Not the shortest path to the buoy, but the cleanest, fastest water. So Connor making that switch, getting to the buoy first, lucks into a wave, and there you go. There's the race. So great racing from Connor Baxter.
All right, heat number 2, get ready. Heat 2, please be on your mark and get ready. Yeah, a lot of knowledge of the water being displayed here, Dave, and it's not just pure strength and skill. There's quite a bit of knowledge involved.
Yeah, and I mean, let's face it. There's a lot of luck as well. Who's to tell which side's going to be faster? Connor just rolling the dice and obviously has that skill to read the water, so coming away clean.
Peter Dories, please check in at the start. Peter Dories, please check in at the start. Peter Dories, please check in. Last call for Peter Dories. Peter Dories, check in at the start. Last call for Peter Dories. As we get set for the start of heat number 2. Here they are, and there they go. Hey, if you guys want to win a free trip to Turtle Bay Resort on the North Shore of Oahu in Hawaii, all you have to do is come visit Dawn. She is up here on the beach in the scaffolding to the far south end of our scaffolding. Enter to win all expenses paid trip for 2 to Turtle Bay as our paddlers navigating this shore break, busting through. That's Zane Schweitzer, gets over that wave. And a good close-up shot of Zane's power stroke there. You see him not gripping the top of the handle. And Peter Dories in the background as well. But if you want to win an all-expenses-paid trip to Turtle Bay, just come up to the south end of the scaffolding. Dawn is wearing the Aqua Turtle Bay shirt and enter with her, or you can enter at turtlebaysup.com. Those of you watching on watermanleague.com, the millions watching around the world on watermanleague.com can open up another internet window, browser window, and enter at turtlebaysup.com. You won't win if you don't enter. I can guarantee you that.
All right, we see Zane Schweitzer getting to that buoy first. Followed closely, looks like, by Dylan Frick. Tight little pack. Zane and Dylan kind of leading the way at the moment. Looks like that's Eric Tarian popping into the screen. Followed by Noah Janela and Kavika Kinimaka.
Heat number 3, please check in. Jake Jensen, Casper Steinfath, Vinicius Martins, Max Fleming, Josh Riccio, and Brennan Rose.
All right, we see first riders reaching the beach right there together. That's Zane Schweitzer, Eric Tarian from France. They're going to round this flag and head back out. Followed by Dylan Frick. Peter Dory is right behind him. Noah Janela and Kavika Kinimaka is going to round this out. They're all heading back out.
That is Peter Dory's father of Keale Dory's, and he did this race last year. He's a paddle veteran, as we see Zane Schweitzer battling that shore break for a second time as they kind of come back to the beach and restart from the beach out around the last buoy. So as a part of this Stand-Up Paddle World Series, we told you the stops that we've had: Brazil, Abu Dhabi, Spain, France, Finland, Germany, and Italy. And those 5 events right there, Spain, France, Finland, Germany, and Italy, were dubbed the European Cup. And that was the series going through Europe. And Zane Schweitzer won 3 of those events. So he was your European Cup champion coming in to this Huntington Beach Pro. The last stop was Italy, and Zane Schweitzer able to win 3 of the 5 Europe events and improve his position on the Stand-Up World Series. And here they come on the last part of this M course race design. Pumping. Trying to get the bump. That's Zane Schweitzer. And what you can't see, Dave, is how difficult it really is to balance. These guys make it look so easy.
Yeah, they really do. As you see, they're kind of going through that rip, and that rip, you know, the water's swirling under the boards. So it makes it hard to track. These guys got to concentrate extra, not to mention deal with that inside shallow shore pound. But Zane able to make it clean. He's going to run up the beach and win this heat. Eric Tarian from France right behind him.
Big wave on the outside. I think that was Noah Janela. And here comes Dylan Frick across the finish line. And Peter Dories. Check out the spring chicken there. Peter Dory's coming through in the top part of the heat. All right, so we are live on the beach with Zane Schweitzer, winner of quarterfinal number 2. Zane, tough race in and out to the surf. How do you feel right now?
Oh, I'm feeling a little winded, you know. These races definitely pull it out of you. At least I went the right way on that course this time. So that was good, Rocky. Looking forward to the semifinal and hopefully a final. But, you know, anything can happen in these conditions. You never underestimate anyone. Never underestimate the conditions, and you just do what you can do, put yourself in the right position, and give it your all. So, stoked to make it through another round in first. Looking forward to compete again. Make sure to keep your eyes peeled for all the action because there's a lot of carnage today from the racers on the water. All right, Mahal's Rocky, Mahal's Dave.
All right, Zane, get some rest, buddy, and get hydrated. We'll see you in semifinal rounds coming up in just a little while. A lot of races going on today. And we're going to check out a quick replay of the action from quarterfinal number 2. And there's the start. Sprinting through the shore break. You see how the technique is quite the same for all racers. Throwing the board down, jumping on top, getting through the shore break, now coming in, making the turn around the buoy. And Zane trying to get that little bump right there. Finishes in first place and moves on to the semifinal.
And we're off. Oh, it looks like Jake Jensen getting a killer skim, but getting stopped in his tracks by that whitewater. Looks like Casper Seinfath digging deep as they all get kind of walloped right there. Looks like the left side of this heat, kind of the open slot, as you see. I believe that's Casper Steinfath in first, pulling away just a bit. It's a good shot of Casper, and that's actually Vinicius Martins from Brazil getting the whole shot. Riding for Art and Surf, all the way from Brazil. Good to see him out here. As Casper Steinfath reels him in just a bit. Also in this heat, Jake Jensen, Young Buck, Max Fleming from California, Josh Riccio, and Brendan Rose. As you see Vinicius and Casper there on the screen. Casper taking a quick look over his shoulder to see where they are in the position as they round that first buoy. They're going to turn around and come in. Vinicius, downwind specialist. You got to think he's going to find all those little nooks and crannies, bumps to be ridden. I see Casper picking up a little bump. Vinicius picking it up right after. So these guys staying nice and tight. You see riders in the foreground. Catching a wave outside is Max Fleming, Josh Riccio. They're going to share this wave, catch up with these guys. Middle of the pack, I believe that's Brennan Rose, Jake Jensen, as they all kind of catch up once again. So right now it comes down to strategy. A couple of those guys going a little wide, so they're going to have a little bit more of a run. So Jake Jensen, he's going to come from behind here and be the first one around the flag. So great race for Jake Jensen thus far. You've seen him rounding it right there at the bottom of your screen. Vinicius, formerly in first place, is going to be second at the moment, with Casper Steinfath and Josh Riccio making a move. There's your leader, Jake Jensen, on the screen.
Yeah, Jake Jensen, winner last year for the long-distance race here at Huntington Beach, and looking good in the short course racing this year. He's been training. He's been locked in and on the World Series. Jake Jensen, one of the fiercest race competitors from Australia.
From our view, Rocky, it does look like Jake Jensen followed by Josh Riccio on that far right. Third, Casper Steinfath.
And heat number 4, check in. Kai Lenny, Riggs Napoleon, Cody Kerbox, Arthur Arutkin, Poinike Rioja, and Kai Bates. Please check in. Kai, Riggs, Cody, Arthur, Poinike, and Kai, check in.
As our leaders round the buoy, the ocean goes flat. So everyone's actually staying pretty tight. On the screen right there, Jake Jensen, Josh Riccio pulling away just a bit. Hard to tell who's in third place from our view. Outside, there might be a wave opportunity. Looks like that might be Brennan Rose. He does stroke into that one, Rocky.
Yeah, he moved over quite a bit to get that one, and we'll see if it pays off. He does catch it, makes up some ground, but he's got to steer back towards the north end of the beach to get through the chute and to the starboard finish line.
As we see Jake running up the beach, he's going to win this heat, but the real race is for second and third. Brendan Rose taking a left across the screen. Second place, Josh Riccio. Give it up for Brendan Rose coming from behind on that wave. Surfing brilliantly. Yeah, he caught a left, Rocky, and got into third place. He's going to come ahead of Casper Steinfath in fourth.
He was surfing that wave and had to make a decision to go over there and go get it. And it proves to pay off as he jumps a couple of places to finish in a qualifying position. We'll see him in the semifinals. Nice job, Brendan Rose. So we do have word that the top 4 will go through. So Casper, part of the qualifying crew as well. Good job, Brendan Rose, Casper Steinfath, Jake Jensen, and Josh Riccio moving on to the semifinals. And we're going to take you down live on the beach with the winner of that last heat, Jake Jensen. You won the long distance last year. and a pretty good finish in that last heat. You finished at the top spot. What are you looking to do this year at Huntington Beach?
Yeah, you know, it's come down to the last few races this year and the world title fight. So, you know, I'm looking forward to get as high up as I can in this sprint races. You know, tomorrow is the long distance. I did really well last year. It's my type of event. You know, a bit of bump, bit of surf. So I'm just looking forward to try and get in this final, get more points, and get me right up there.
All right, Jake. How was it going in and out through the surf with this M course? It's pretty exciting, huh?
Yeah, you know, it's not really a matter of skill. It's more a matter of luck in these races here. You know, you can get one section, no waves, and the other is getting like, you know, a 3-foot shorey dumping on your head. So it's all about where you're at and when those waves are coming.
All right, Jake. Good job out there. We'll see you in the semifinals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we're going to show you the replay of Jake Jensen's win. There he goes, getting off to a great start, Dave. Hitting that first whitewater and then making the turn on the buoy.
Yeah, Jake, you know, kind of getting that signature skim, rams that whitewater, able to keep his momentum up and get on his board quickly. Getting that hole shot and kind of holding the lead from there. So great racing from Jake as we're off round 3, heat number 4. In this heat, we got Kai Lenny, Riggs Napoleon, Cody Kerbox, Artur Arutigan, Poinaiki Rioja, and Kai Bates. As we see, Kai Lenny making it over there. Kai still hair dry. Gotta love it.
Somehow. Women's round 3, check in. Women, round 3, please check in. Women round 3, check in.
Conditions actually starting to glass off here. Staying really nice for these racers. Got a decent swell still on tap. As we see our leaders rounding that buoy. I believe that's Artur in first. Or actually Kai Lenny as well. They're tied. They're going to ride that wave in.
And there they go, back out to the last buoy for the second half of this M course race design here in the men's quarterfinal number 4. Stand-Up Paddle World Series brought to you by the Waterman League. Watch live on watermanleague.com. Check out all the replays and great action on our live webcast. Also, mahalo to Oakley, providing all of those great competition jerseys our competitors are wearing today. And mahalo to Starboard, Innovation Quality, as well as Turtle Bay Resort on Oahu's fabled North Shore. If you'd like to win a trip for 2 to Turtle Bay, all you got to do is come up to the tent and the scaffolding here on the south end of our scaffolding and enter to win an all-expenses-paid trip, 1-week vacation at Turtle Bay Resort. And you can also enter at turtlebaysup.com. One thing I can guarantee you is that if you don't enter, you will not win. So give yourself a chance. Come up to the tent or enter on turtlebaysup.com. They've made the last turn around the buoy, headed back to shore. Also got to thank Sobe. They're down here on the beach. Sobe van, Sobe tent. Go get some samples. Some ice-cold Sobe available for you here on the beach. Mahalo to Deuce Brand and Tommy Bahama. Deuce Brand providing some stylish wristbands for us. Specially designed for this Stand-Up Paddle World Series.
Wow, as you see a killer finish to this race as the leaders just got joined by the rest of the pack from that set wave. Kai Lenny will hold on for the win. Hard to see from this angle, Rocky, who finished top 4, but Kai did pull it off.
Yeah, that was an exciting finish there for heat number 4 of the quarterfinal. A little bit of sweat starting to grace some of our athletes as the California sun beats down and glassy conditions, no wind, Dave. It's a bit hot down here.
It's really hot in the water as well as on the beach, Rocky. That was a killer end of round 3. Kai Lenny able to hold on.
So results for heat number 4. Advancing was Kai Lenny, Arthur Arutkin, Kai Bates, and Riggs Napoleon. Those were the top 4 finishers for quarterfinal round. And they'll be moving on to the semifinals. Round 3, check in for the women. Round 3 for the women, check in at the start. Girls, stand by for the start of your race. Round 3, girls, stand by at the start. And there's a start for the girls, round 3. Top 4 will move into the final of the Stand-Up World Series. Racing here at Huntington Beach, all part of the Huntington Beach Pro, brought to you by the Waterman League and Turtle Bay Resort, along with Oakley, Starboard, Tommy Bahama, Deuce Brand, and Sobe. And as we watch this shore break battle for the girls, wow, getting donuts on the inside. And a lot of our girls just kind of patiently waiting. Oh, my God.
Thanks.
Boards colliding. Carnage in the shore break, Dave. And this is a rough start.
Yeah, definitely the most treacherous start we've seen today as the set's just pouring in right on time. Girls doing the smart thing, though. You know, they're waiting it out. As Candace thought she saw a hole shot, she's going to jump back down, fight her way through this whitewater, as other girls opt to stay on their board. So Candace back up first. She's going to rev up her cadence and sprint through this lineup. Still more waves out the back, so let's see what happens here. Is Candace Appleby and Talia DeCoit kind of break out up front.
And we got Kai Lenny on the beach, the winner of that last heat. Kai, it was a close finish. You were sprinting all your might up the beach. How was that race?
Oh, that race was really intense. We had another huge set for when we started. And so we all kind of got struggled in there, and I kind of broke out with Arthur Arutkin. And, you know, the thing with this type of race is you could be way ahead, and then 3 guys catch a wave behind you and all of a sudden catch up. So it's just like one of those races where luck's involved, but you still got to paddle as hard as you can the entire time because you just never know. And I was stoked that I made it through that heat because there was a lot of really good paddles.
Well, we'll let you get rested, buddy, for the semifinal. It's going to be tough from here on out. Best of luck to you.
Thanks.
All right, Kai Lenny winning that last heat narrowly over his competitors and moving on to the semifinals. And these semis are going to be tough, Dave, as all the best racers now advancing through, and they're going to meet head-to-head in the semis as we see the girls coming in, catching a wave, getting a little bit of a bump. That is Candace Appleby, who lucks into a nice little wave there, Dave.
Yeah, Candace getting a great start here. She's going to pick up that bump. Right behind her, Talia DeCoit going to follow suit. Candace, quick look over her shoulder, opting to try to sprint out this shore break. And you can see she's well aware of the situation as she drops down to her board, ensuring not losing that thing. So Candace is going to make it to the beach here first. She's going to grab her lifeguard handle and sprint around that flag as you see Talia ejecting. She's going to be right behind her at this turn. Looks like Fiona Wild's going to sneak in there. Got a great wave from outside. She's going to be in second position as they jump on their boards here. So your top 3 right now is Candace Appleby, Talia DeCoit, and Fiona Wild. As waves continue, you can see Candace surveying the lineup, looking for that hole shot. A lot of times these racers will look for a rip too. They'll jump right in the rip, as that tends to be the fastest water to pull you out. So Candace doing just that, jumping right in the rip tide. And you see Fiona Wild just north of her, already on her board. So Candace and Fiona being a little more aggressive than Talia. They're going to get out in front. Talia's going to want to get on her board and get going as racers catching up right behind her. So as you can see, Talia's getting up there. Lena Agatis able to reel her in through that shore break. Let's see if our leaders, Candace and Fiona, can make it out this set. More waves coming. You see Candace pick up her stroke, and Fiona doing the same, trying their hardest to get over this, and they do. They'll break free. One more wave to contest with for them out there. As you see it hit the deep spot, Talia's just going to ride right over. So Candace Appleby, Fiona Wild, leading this heat. And Talia making it clean over that set wave. Your top three are Candace Appleby, Fiona Wild right there on the screen, followed closely by Talia DeCoit.
Yeah, going to be a tight race all the way here as you see them making the turn on the buoy. Nobody really running away with it like we've seen in previous heats. It is very close. This is round 3. Top 4 will go to the final. Men's semifinal, get ready. Connor Baxter, Michael Booth, Mo Freitas, Javier Jimenez, Zane Schweitzer, Eric Terrian, Dylan Frick, and Peter Dories. Wow, what a race. Crazy heats coming up here with all competitors so capable. Top 4 going to the final. And we are down to the round just before the final for the women. Coming up next is heat number 2, Mansa Notar, Angela Jackson, Keale Dories, Caroline Angibo, and Shelby Taylor. Coming up next for our women, get ready. Be at the starting line. As we see the finish, Candace Appleby in front, steps off, hits the ground running, and jogging up to the finish line, conserving some much-needed energy for the final. There is Candace Appleby strolling through the starboard finish line. And there's the young Fiona Wild in second. Hugs at the finish for Candace and Fiona. Good sportsmanship and great competition. Nice heat, girls. Good job.
As you just saw, Talia DeCoit making her way in. So your top 3 will be Candace Appleby, Fiona Wild, and Talia DeCoit as she finishes strong.
So it is top 3 women from this semifinal who will move into the final. And that was Candace, Fiona, and Talia. All right, Candace Appleby, nice race there in the semifinal. You advance to the final. A little bit of conservation of energy towards the end. Good strategy there. How was that round for you?
It was better than my first one. I didn't fall on my butt at the start. So we had a pretty big set at the start of the race, and I think all the girls played it pretty smart and just waited for it to pass rather than trying to challenge it. And I saw a little bit of an opening, so I started to paddle, but then there was another set, so hopped off the front left side of my board and grabbed my my like lifeguard carry strap when I went under the wave, and I think that allowed me to be a little bit ahead and get out and keep a lead. And there's some good waves, and me and Fiona were talking to each other on the way to the second buoy. I'm all, let's go, girl. It's me and you. So stoked to make the final.
Right on, Candace. You know, it is a game of inches out there, and any little advantage you can have is very important. And a good job in that semifinal. We'll see you in the final, Candace. Get rested, and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, so using that extra lifeguard strap, you know, that is probably a good strategy for in and out through the surf. As you see, that rigorous start that she was talking about in the shore break, then they made the turn around the buoy and headed back to shore, trotting to the first place. Embraces for her and Fiona. Good job, girls.
And they're off. Women's semi, number 2. We got Manka Notar, Angela Jackson, Kiali Doris, Caroline Anjuvad, and Shelby Taylor.
And there they go, starting through the shore break. This is the women's heat 2 of the semis. Having a lot of trouble getting through the shore break, but finally breaking through. Semi number 1 for the boys, get ready. Connor Baxter, Michael Booth, Mo Freitas, Javier Jimenez, Zane Schweitzer, Eric Tarian, Dylan Frick, and Peter Dories. Get ready for your start of semi number 1.
All right, the girls able to finally find some clean water as they settle into this semifinal number 2.
There they go, tightly packed as they make the turn around the first buoy. Left shoulder turn. You see the technique. Moving to the back of the board, getting that nose up out of the water. Pivoting on the tail of the board. And now headed back to shore for the inside turn around the starboard flag on the beach. And here comes a little swell. Couple of racers taking advantage, able to share a wave there. And it's not easy. Once the board gets hit by the wave, you see them getting upended and having to gather themselves, boards and paddles. And Angela Jackson goes down. Top three will advance. Looks like one of our paddlers, a little gingerly there, may have got hit by the board. And Zane Schweitzer cheering her on. Great to see fellow competitors down there cheering on our Wahine paddlers. So this is semi number 2 of the women's. We'll have 2 semis of the men's. Here we go, coming in for the final ride in for the finish. One racer taking a big lead, but there's a set on the outside. And wave rider number 2 opting to lay down. Probably a good move there. Smart competing. And then stands up again and into a crazy looking shore break. And she just goes off the back of the wave to avoid that steep inside section. That was Angela Jackson coming across in first. Looks like Keale Dories finishing in second. Top 3 will move to the final. One final advancing position remaining. Who will it be? Mansa Natar, Caroline Angibu, or Shelby Taylor? And that's Caroline Angibu coming in third and qualifying for the final. So good job, girls. You see how winded they are. And this course is short. Keale Dories looked like she might have got knocked by her board in the shore break. It's a very likely scenario here with the shore break, boards flying, paddles everywhere. Very dangerous sport. That's part of the thrill of stand-up paddle racing. These are the world's best athletes in stand-up paddleboarding. Good, strong finish there from our fourth place finisher. Not giving up at all. That's a real competitor right there. Good job.
Bit short, I've only got 3 minutes left. Shore break's pretty fun, eh?
Yes,
and we're going to take you down to Angie Jackson on the beach. Angela, you had a great race there. Congratulations on the win. How was that semifinal heat?
Yeah, it's, you know, you just don't know what you're going to get. You can get through really clean, or you can cop like a 5-way set in the shorey. And I love this racing because it can go any way. And yeah, just looking forward to rest for the final now.
All right, well, get some rest. Good luck to you, Angie, and great job here at Huntington Beach.
Thank you.
All right, Angie is on to the final with Keale Dories, Caroline Angiboul, Candace Appleby, Fiona Wild, and Talia DeCoit. They'll be squaring off in the final coming up a little bit later. Semifinal number 1 for the men on tap. And there they go. Connor Baxter, Michael Booth, Mo Freitas, Javier Jimenez, Zane Schweitzer, Eric Terrien, Dylan Frick, and Peter Dories squaring off in this 8-man semifinal. Top 4 going to the final, and they hit the shore break. Zane Schweitzer pulling away from the pack right there. Connor Baxter in the mix with that yellow number 1 jersey.
Lots of waves coming, Rocky. Let's see who can make it through, get some luck, find that faster water. As Zane opting to go over to the left, and Connor doing the same thing, going that he's done in his last heats. He's going to go right. Zane redirecting right as well. So these guys are going to make it through. As you see more waves, riders having to fight through this. And it looks like Zane currently in the lead. Zane's going to round that buoy first, followed by the Frenchman, Eric Terrien. As other riders come into screen, that looks like Mo Freitas in third. Connor Baxter battling for fourth.
Connor goes down on the outside, has to recover. Standing back up on his board. And right in the middle of the pack is Connor Baxter.
That's going to be huge, Rocky. As these heats go on, they just get so competitive. It really is the guys who could have that cleanest run. Connor going down on the buoy.
Not to mention the stamina and the endurance you have to race 4, potentially 5 times doing this M-Course short distance sprint race. And it is exactly that. It's a sprint. So you're firing on all cylinders the entire way in and out through the surf.
Yep, as they hit the beach, Zane Schweitzer looks like he's going to hit the sand first. hanging on to that lead. Looks like Mo Freitas in second. He's going to be right behind him. They're going to run this flag. As Connor able to make some ground, catches the waves with, looks like Javier Bicho Jimenez and Dylan Frick. So no one really with that good of an advantage right now as the shore break continuing to pound. Zane and Mo battling through that first whitewater, able to stay on their board, followed closely by Eric Terrian. So currently your top three, but this race definitely not over as Connor, Bicho, and Dylan close behind, as you see on the screen right there. Connor Baxter with that yellow jersey and the number 1, your current ratings leader. Couple of waves. Let's see if these guys could sprint over them. And they do. That wave does not break, so they're able to get through clean. Zane and Mo getting over clean as well, so this is probably going to be one of the tightest finishes we've seen all day. Right here in semi number 1. As you see the leaders form a little draft train, trying to conserve energy before they make that final buoy turn, and they'll probably spread out and try to find their bumps.
Man, this is going to be such a close race. Semifinal heats, you know, the mantra, they all could be finals. I mean, that's why they are semifinals. It's all the best from the earlier rounds battling for qualification to the final. And check it out. Zane Schweitzer, Eric Terrian, Connor Baxter, Javier Jimenez, Mo Freitas, Michael Booth, Dylan Frick, Peter Dories, all in the mix.
It does look like Mo and Zane have been able to open up a little bit of a lead. As you see.
Yep, extending the gap a little bit.
As you see on the screen, the current top 4, but just out of screen, other riders close behind. As we see Mo and Zane getting to the sand first. We got Connor, Eric Terrian right behind them.
And Mo Freitas hits the beach first, running with his board. Zane opting to leave his board. You do not have to have your board through the finish. You must, however, have your paddle. Connor Baxter and Eric Terrian, your top 4 headed to the final. There's Dylan Frick from South Africa making his way up. Not qualifying for the final, but a good showing here, making the semifinal. Semi number 2, get ready. Then we'll have a short break, and then we'll be on with the women's final. After a short break, after semi 2. Semi number 2, get ready. Jake Jensen, Josh Riccio, Brennan Rose, Casper Steinfath, Kai Lenny, Arthur Arutkin, Kai Bates, and Riggs Napoleon. And we are standing by with the winner of that semifinal, Mo Freitas. Mo, you know, all of the racers in this heat have capability of winning the event. How tough was that semifinal?
It doesn't get tougher than that. I mean, all the best in the world are here, and we're all competing against each other for the, for points. And just, that was a semifinal, so I was stoked to win it, but the game is now in the final, so I'm going to give it my all in the final.
All right, Mo, we'll let you get rested. We'll see you in the final. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Mo Freitas from the North Shore. We'll be in the final coming up a little bit later. Semi number 2 getting ready to start right now. And they're off. You can see them all eyeing up the starter down there and eagerly waiting, anxious to get going in the shore break. And they got a pretty good start here, Dave.
Yeah, no doubt they got a good clean skim in the shore break, but not so fast outside. There's about 3 or 4 bombs pouring through. They're going to have to get through these. As you see Casper out in front. Looks like they're all kind of going the far left, trying to hit that channel. They might get lucky here, Rocky.
Yeah, a couple of big sets on the outside. You see the residuals there, all the foam and whitewater hitting our riders right now. Going up and over those first few waves.
There you see it on your screen, Kai Lenny, number 40. He's your current stand-up World Series world champion. Able to make it clean. He veered to the right as well, finding that channel. No real advantage, though. Everyone's just super tight around in that buoy. Kai Lenny will be your first racer around that buoy. All right, your top 3 catching that wave. Looks like Kai Lenny on your left, Riggs Napoleon in the middle, and Jake Jensen. They're going to round out your top 3 to the beach. As you see them hit the sand, Kai and Riggs able to ride it out. Riggs throwing down a little layback. As you see Kai around that flag, followed by Riggs. Kai already on his board. As you see Riggs' nose popping to screen right there, Riggs is in second place. Both riders back on their boards quickly after making that turn.
Yeah, they got to head back out through the surf. Yeah, it's kind of a deja vu course here as you go out through the surf one time and in through the surf, and then around that starboard flag and back out through the surf a second time, and then finishing with the waves heading back to shore through the starboard finish line. There's Kai Lenny stroking his way out to that final turn around the buoy. Switching it up. Good technique there. You see how they twist the paddle to make it more aerodynamically efficient going to the forward stroke.
All racers going to make it through the lineup clean. As we see some swells forming, Kai Lenny's going to time this right, probably snag a wave in. As he looks outside, he could catch this right off the buoy. Probably the first one we've seen all day.
Wow, perfectly timed there, and champion's luck is in the favor of Kai Lenny. Big wave. We'll see if he can hold on. Has to crouch low, does a good job of maintaining his balance, and gets past the treacherous part of that wave, but heading into the shore break. Meanwhile, on the outside, our second place finisher, as Kai makes it through yet another treacherous part of the wave and keeps the pressure on the back foot to keep that nose high and stays on board.
Keeps the nose high, hair still dry.
Yeah, that bugger.
As we see Riggs Napoleon, Riggs able to catch that second wave in the set. The only one to do that. So Riggs,
Wrigglesworth Napoleon, making it all the way to the shore break, jumping off the board, galloping to second place and a final appearance.
Get the run.
Yeah, Riggs.
Get the run.
And here we go, third and fourth coming through. Final two positions for qualifying for the semifinal. Look like Casper Steinfath and Artur Arutkin. As board takes out the starboard board takes out the starboard flag. Any volunteers down there can help us out to reposition the flag and get boards off of the beach. Thank you so much. And congratulations to all of our paddlers. We're going to have a 10-minute break on the beach and on watermanleague.com. We got some content to show you on watermanleague.com, so stay tuned. We got the finals coming up very shortly. Women finalists, get ready. Candace Appleby, Fiona Wild, Talia DeCoit, Angela Jackson, Keale Dories, and Caroline Ajibu. All women finalists, get ready. We'll be starting in about 10 minutes. The Mazda makes it through. Kai Bates just makes it up to the finish line. Good showing for Kai in the semifinals. We're going to take you down to Kai Lenny, who won that heat a little bit more stylish fashion than the previous one. Kai, how are you feeling for this M course in and out through the surf? Kai, how you feeling, buddy?
Oh, hey, I'm feeling super good. The last heat was gnarly. We had a big set through the whole thing, and you know, I was lucky enough to get ahead and turn that buoy into a pretty big wave, and I'm lucky I didn't fall because I probably would have came down completely last.
Yeah.
It's just super technical.
You were really focusing hard to stay on your board. That wave was, overhead, and it came at a perfect time right around the buoy. But you did a great job. How was it riding that wave in, and what was your technique?
Riding the wave in, it was super difficult because those boards don't really surf that good. They're really good at going straight, and all I could do is drop down to the flats and just have a jaws stance, really, and get hit by it and try to push through it. I knew if I would have fallen, it would have been quite the sprint up the beach, so I didn't want to fall. I wanted to put all my energy in out there, so I didn't have to sprint somebody through the finish just to make it.
And it seems like you're really focusing on keeping your hair dry out there through the whole event. Are you going to get wet this next one maybe?
I sure hope not. I'm enjoying having dry hair, but you never know. The final is going to be the gnarliest because, you know, I mean, the last two have been finals, but I think the final, everyone's going to be pushing really hard, and if I get my hair wet, so be it.
All right, Kai, get some rest, buddy. We'll see you in the final shortly. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Kai Lenny keeping his hair dry through the first 4 rounds, and we'll see if it continues into the final. It's going to be a nail-biter because there are a lot of talented racers that have made it into this Stand-Up World Series men's final. Women finalists, we're about 5 minutes from your start. Candace Appleby, Fiona Wilde, Talia DeCoit, Angela Jackson, Keale Dories, and Caroline Angibu check in at the start. All right, so down on the beach right now with camera 2, we've got Kai Bates and Jake Jensen, the Aussie duo. And you guys, tough race in that last one. What happened there, guys?
Yeah, we're pretty unlucky there. We probably got one of the biggest waves for the starts. So we all pretty much got over that all right. A few of us got smashed. But, you know, it was pretty close the whole way, all the way in. Everyone was pretty tight on the first turn. And then on the way out, I sort of cooked it, lost my board on the shore, which pretty much was the end of my race. But, you know, we're both out here having a ball.
Yeah, Kai, we got all kinds of action going on, some frisbee throwing, some volleyball, stand-up paddleboard, racing and surfing. What do you like best about Huntington Beach?
Yeah, we've been pretty blessed lately. Sunny conditions and great waves, and I think this is probably the best event I've been at with waves and stuff. And the racing was just unreal. I think everyone just had fun, and at that last race I got stuck and unlucky, but yeah, I just made it still fun, and that's all that matters, so I'm stoked.
Yeah, you look like you're having fun, even hanging 5 on the race board. What was up with that, Bob?
Oh, I just wanted to do something funny at the end and funky. May as well make something of it coming in last, so yeah, it was fun. But I'm unlucky to Jake, and I know he's going to make up for it tomorrow, so stoked.
All right, looking forward to seeing you guys in the long-distance race. Good job making the semifinals, and you guys are a fun couple of dudes, and keep performing at a high level.
Thanks, Rocky.
Thank you.
All right, Jake and Kai from Australia doing a good job to make it to the semifinals. Unfortunately, just came up a little bit short here and not able to advance on. Standing by for the start of our women's final. Girls get checked in. Candace Appleby, Fiona Wilde, Talia DeCoit, Angela Jackson, Keale Dories, and Caroline Angibu check in at the starting line. So we're going to go in a moment down to the beach and talk to one of our competitors. We got Dylan Frick from South Africa down there. Dylan, how are you feeling with this short course racing in and out through the surf? Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Especially the pull-away is like really gnarly sometimes, and also the flag on the beach when you have to run around it. Going back out's pretty interesting. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm not in it anymore.
You've been on the road for quite a bit. How's living out of a suitcase and your surfboard bag been treating you?
I'm loving it. Yeah, it's good. I meet new people, make new friends. Yeah, it's just a good experience.
All right, well, Dylan Frick, good showing in the surf and in the race. Best of luck to you in the future, Dylan, and have fun heading back home to South Africa. Get some quality time before we see you, hopefully, at Turtle Bay on the North Shore.
Cool, thanks.
All right, Dylan, good job. Good showing here at the Huntington Beach Pro in both surfing and racing. Candace Appleby, Fiona Wild, Talia DeCoit, Angela Jackson, Kiali Doris, Caroline Ajibu, please report to the starting line immediately. All right, the girls' finals are ready. Girls' finals, stand by at the start. And there they go, the women's final. Cheer them on through the shore break. Come on, folks, let them hear your support.
Women's final underway. Couple women able to break from the pack. Looks like Candace Appleby right by the pier finding some fast water. And that's also Caroline Anjubad, your current leaders of this sprint final.
So here we are in the women's final. Coming up for the men, we have the consolation final, and then we'll be into the grand finale coming up in just a short while.
All right, and first to the buoy, that is Candace Appleby. She's going to round it, followed by Caroline Anjubad.
You can see the fatigue setting in on the turn there for some of our racers. And they're almost complete with the first leg of the race.
As we see Caroline making a move, she paddled over and was able to catch that wave. We'll see if Candace is on it.
So we need all of our racers that did not make the men's final to report to the starting line for a consolation final. Michael Booth, Javier Jimenez, Dylan Frick, Peter Dories, Jake Jensen, Josh Riccio, Brennan Rose, and Kai Bates. Please check in at the starting line as our girls make it in to the first leg of this M-Course race. And it's Candace Appleby rounding the buoy.
I believe that's Fiona Wild as well. So big turn of events. Candace and Caroline getting that hold shot, but the rest of the pack able to catch up with that wave as you saw them all right in together. So this race basically starting over at the beach, Rocky, as you see Candace blasting through that shore break. Looks like Candace able to punch through just a little bit quicker, and Candace remaining in the lead.
It is very close, heading out to the final buoy. Some waves coming in. You can see that on your screen on watermanleague.com. And, of course, live here on the beach, you get a great view of what's happening in the water. Not only right where our racers are, but out beyond. You can see waves coming and potential situations about to go down. As Candace Appleby now hitting that flat water, really starting to extend the lead from our other competitors.
Yeah, as you see on the screen there, Rocky, Candace really, putting it in another gear. She's picked up her cadence. And to be honest, it looks like it looks like she wants it the most. She's definitely firing on all cylinders, and her conditioning looking really good. Look at that cadence right there, Rocky. Just tap,
that's
tap.
performance paddling at its finest, and performing well here is Candace Appleby, heading around the first, actually the second buoy, almost goes down, holds her balance, makes it around, and heading back to shore. Next competitor's just making it around the buoy now, but it's going to be about the waves, Dave Bainey. Will Candace get a wave? Will her competitors get on one first? When you're in the lead and you're heading in, if a wave comes, you are the last one to get it. But fortunately, on the inside, Candace gets a little bump, and it does provide some propulsion back to shore and extends her lead even more, making it a battle for second place.
Yeah, Rocky, as Candace reading the water, just excellent. Able to catch that wave and just takes on the shore break, Rocky. She's going to make it to the beach first by a mile, so here we go. This is your champion. As you see Anthony Vela getting the shot. So come on, everybody. Give it up. Candace Appleby, first place.
All right. Candace pulling her board up the beach and through the starboard finish line to win the Women's Sprint Series race here at Huntington Beach.
As you see riders 2 and 3 going down, we're going to have a foot race as Talia DeCoit, if she's able to make this inside section, she's going to be in this foot race as well. So you see Angela Jackson looking to her right. Don't worry about the board, just run up. As Angela Jackson looks like she's going to power through that whitewater. She's going to take second. And here's the foot race with Talia DeCoy. She needs her paddle. Talia, turn around, grab your paddle.
You need your paddle to be in.
Go get your paddle, Talia.
Contention.
Go get it.
That is part of the rules. You must run through with your paddle, as the other girls do. Candace winning, and a very close finish for second, third, and fourth. But give it up for these girls. You guys, round of applause for all of these girls competing very well, battling in and out through the surf. Keale Dory even taking a board to the head in the previous round, surviving and competing in the final. A lot of courage. Great, great skill displayed here by our Wahine paddlers. All right, so if we could have the men's consolation finalists, please check in. Michael Booth, Javier Jimenez, Dylan Frick, Peter Dories, Jake Jensen, Josh Riccio, Brennan Rose, and Kai Bates. And we are standing by with the winner of the finals, Stand-Up Paddle World Series, Huntington Beach Pro Sprint Short Course Racing, Candace Appleby. Candace, you battled through that shore break. You know, it was pretty close going around the first buoy and into the end, but then you pulled away with that little bump. How'd you feel?
I'm spent, but happy. You know, it could have gone a couple different ways. The wave after the first buoy, I was in front, but then there was a couple girls like right in the perfect position, so I had to keep my head on a swivel and look back and get on the wave. And I don't know, that was by the grace of God that I was able to make that drop, because my nose poked a little bit, and I don't know, I just held on for dear life and was able to get a clean run out to the last buoy and get a wave in, and I'm stoked.
Yeah, you know, pretty technical racing like this, in and out through the surf. Talk about what you like and how you enjoy this type of racing style.
Yeah, I love surf racing. I love surfing my race board, and you know, it's exciting. It's not just about who's the strongest or the fastest. You know, you got to have a lot of ocean knowledge and be able to read the water, but then there's the element of luck or bad luck, and I don't know, it's really exciting, and being able to stay calm under pressure is important, so it was fun.
Very well said, Candace. Congratulations. We'll look forward to a great performance tomorrow in the long-distance race. Get some rest. Good luck.
Thank you.
And we're going to take you down to the start of the consolation final, happening in just a moment. All of our racers, please get ready for the consolation final. You see our semifinalists from the last round. Consolation final getting ready. We got Dylan Frick, Javier Jimenez, Michael Booth, Peter Dories, Jake Jensen, Josh Riccio, Kai Bates, and Brennan Rose. Enjoying a nice ice-cold Sobe right now. One of our great sponsors. Mahalo for the Citrus Energy Elixir. Go up there and get your samples at the Sobe tent with the Sobe van. Standing by for the start of the consolation final. Racers, get ready. And they're off, Dave, heading into that gnarly Huntington shore break. And all 8 racers get a pretty good skim and start, but then go down as the waves hit and getting blown up. You got to watch out for the boards, too. Your spacing between your fellow competitors can be a bit dangerous. As in, you know, all of professional sports done at the highest level, as you're seeing the highest level of competition for stand-up paddle racing here at Huntington Beach in the Stand-Up Paddle World Series. It is always a concern about injury. You know, it's a dangerous sport involving the ocean, boards, paddles. You know, anything can happen.
Yeah, no doubt, Rocky, especially in that shore break. All these guys well-versed in the ocean, so... But that doesn't leave them out from being, intimidated when those big waves come in. And all these guys powering through, they're going to get in a little draft train to kind of conserve energy, as they know there's probably going to be an opportunity when they round that buoy to catch a wave. So it's all about keeping calm, keeping your head, having a clean race. So Brendan Rose currently in the lead with Jake Jensen close behind. So they're going to wind it down and play it cool and just have a clean race around this buoy. So Brendan's going to turn. Now he's going to look for that wave, Rocky.
Yeah, we see a wave peeling through in the foreground. Our competitor is going to have a chance here to catch a wave. Meanwhile, let's have our finalists check in. Mo Freitas, Zane Schweitzer, Eric Terrien, Connor Baxter, Kai Lenny, Riggs Napoleon, Arthur Arutkin, and Casper Steinfath, as we see some potential carnage out there. Close calls in the lineup racing through that inside section. Oh! One going down, two going down.
Rocky.
Boards colliding.
Check that out, Rocky. That was a huge strategic move from Brennan, as he actually started on the right-hand side of those guys, threw down a bottom turn, and surfed behind them to get the inside line as his board washes across the shore.
And he jumps over his competitor's board to get back to his board. Cheer him on, guys. Cheer him on as they round the buoy, round the flag on the inside. Give him some encouragement.
As we see Kai Bates, Josh Riccio, Dylan Frick rounding out this.
So just to update you on what's happening tomorrow, we have the Nakamakai Kids Racing checking in tomorrow at 8 a.m. and also the Nations Team Surf action tomorrow at 8 a.m. check-in. Long distance race check-in at 12 noon for a 12:30 start tomorrow for our Stand-Up World Series long distance racing.
As we see our heat leader, that looks like Jake Jensen going to come away with this consolation final win, followed by Peter Dories. As you see Jake sprint up the beach. First place, Jake Jensen. Second place, Peter Dories. Nice race, Peter. And we got a race for third, shaping up for a beach sprint. Looks like Brennan Rose Actually, Michael Booth takes second. Good racing, Michael, as we got Brennan Bros gonna sprint into third right here. Brennan with that sick bottom turn ride. And we got racers hop, skipping, and jumping over those boards. Good job, everybody. As this consolation final comes to a close, Jake Jensen taking the win. All day long, we got the Sobe tent headquarters.
The Sobe van down there, the VW special, serving up some ice-cold Sobe. We got a guy right there enjoying one right in front of the van with the white shirt in his hand. Yeah, that's you, bro. How's that Sobe? Oh, no, eh? Tastes good, eh? Dave, wouldn't you like to have a Sobe van like that for a surf trip?
Oh, you know it, Rock. I am a van guy. You got to live the van life.
Van life. And we're going to throw you down to Jake Jensen, who just won that consolation final. Jake Jensen, sort of bittersweet, but you're able to make up for losing in the semifinal by winning this consolation final, heading into tomorrow, maybe taking some momentum with you. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's better than not getting those extra points. No, so pretty stoked, even though I didn't make the final. I'm still 8 points behind already before I even head into tomorrow. So I've got to really make it up, aim for that top 3 position, see if I want to end up on the podium tomorrow.
All right, well, best of luck to you tomorrow. Racing going to begin around 12:30, so we'll see you tomorrow for the long distance, Jake.
Awesome, see you then.
All right. Now we're going to take you to the men's final. Last heat of the day here for the Stand-Up World Series short course racing of the Huntington Beach Pro. And this is going to be intense, Dave Baney, as all of these competitors so fast and so fierce.
Yeah, Rocky, I mean, just check out the lineup. We got Mo Freitas. Hey, they're off. This is the start of the final. We got Mo Freitas, Zane Schweitzer, Eric Therrien, Connor Baxter, Kai Lenny, Riggs Napoleon, Artur Arutkin, and Casper Steinfath. They're going to navigate through this shore break. Everyone getting a decent start this time. Finding clean water. As it looks like, from this angle, looks like Kai Lenny out in the lead. And I believe that might be, is that Eric Therrien? Yeah, so it looks like Kai Lenny, Eric Therrien, Connor Baxter, and on the far right, we got Casper Steinfath.
So we got a couple of folks in this from Hawaii. Kai Lenny, Connor Baxter, Riggs Napoleon, Zane Schweitzer, and Mo Freitas. And then we've got Frenchman Eric Therrien, Denmark Representative Casper Steinfath, and another Frenchman, Arthur Arutkin.
Yep, as you see, it looked like Mo Freitas got that hole shot around the buoy first. As you see, all 4 riders jockeying.
Connor squeezing him off that wave. What a technique there.
Hey, this is the final now. Everything goes. So Mo and Connor able to break away as they squeeze the guys in the middle out of that wave. Nice tactics by Connor and Mo as they'll hit the sand first.
Connor even squeezing Mo off that wave too. So Connor using his surfing skill to slide in front of the rest of the pack. Here's Kai Lenny and Casper Steinfath.
So Kai and Casper will skim on their board right behind Connor and Mo. Lucky for them, Connor and Mo getting tied up
on his board. Connor down off his board. Casper comes into the frame out of nowhere. And Connor Baxter struggling through the shore break. Mo breaks free. Casper right on his hip. Zane Schweitzer right there. Kai Lenny now breaking through the shore break.
Connor just off screen to the left will finish off that top 5 as Connor unfortunately getting in some sticky water right there, Rocky, after he made that run around the flag. So making away with the hole shot is Mo Freitas. Right beside him, Casper Steinfath. You can see just stroking super fast as Connor. Looks like Connor might have made some ground on Kai and Zane. So Connor able to sprint ahead and pick up the 3rd place. All competitors still very close as you see Connor go over that wave in 3rd. Kai and Zane 4th and 5th. So looks like Casper Steinfath going to round the buoy first, Rocky.
Yeah, he was able to get past Mo and past Connor. Connor making his way around, though. He's got his power stroke on. And stroking into this wave is Connor. And Mo Freitas and Casper Steinfath. Going to be a tight finish.
Well, here we go, Rocky. This is what we're waiting for. It's all about who can handle this shore break.
Casper already disengaging his leash. Mo doing the same.
As you see the bottom of that wave drop out, all riders able to hang on.
Oh, Casper goes down.
Casper going down.
Almost going down, holding on.
We're going to have a run.
It's Mo Freitas and Connor Baxter. Mo drops his paddle, and Connor makes it up in the final moments. First place for Connor Baxter. 2nd place, Mo Freitas. 3rd place, Casper Steinfath. What a finish for our top 3 competitors for the men's final.
We got Zane Schweitzer running at the beach.
Here comes Kai Lenny. And here comes Eric Terrian. And Arthur Arutkin. Battle of the Frenchmen. All the way to the finish. Good job, guys. That was pretty exciting right there. Connor Baxter didn't have the best start, Dave, but he stuck with it, stayed close to the pack, and grabbed that wave all the way in. And Mo Freitas, a little slip up with the paddle grip, and was enough for Connor Baxter to pull away with the win.
Yeah, Rocky, that was definitely the most exciting race of the day, as there was 2 significant points to that race where the beginning, Connor getting that bad start, able to round that buoy, probably in 5th place, but caught that wave with the top 4 guys, and him and Mo able to squeeze out a couple of the competitors. I believe it was Kai Lenny and Casper. So they got that long ride all the way to the beach, and they were first on their boards, but they were greeted by that closeout. So once again, Casper and Mo got off to a good start, and then Connor had to do some work and caught some waves, and there you have it. Held on the longest through the shore break, sprint at the beach. First place, Connor Baxter.
All right, we're standing by with the winner of the final sprint short course race here at the Huntington Beach Pro for the Stand-Up Paddle World Series. Current tour leader, Connor Baxter. Connor, you had a bit of a slow start. You're in the mix among the crowd, and you caught the wave on the way in for the first go-around, and you kind of went down the line and squeezed some guys off the wave. Good technique there.
Yeah, I mean, racing nowadays, it's getting more and more technical. We're all even in speed, so it comes down to tactics, and that was my move I played and the card I used, so super stoked it worked. And it was too close, but next time I'll try to make it a little easier for myself.
Well, you came in, went around the buoy, and Casper Steinfath came out of nowhere and beat you guys to the last buoy. What were you thinking heading around as you saw him in front of you?
Yeah, I tried to go more left of the flag, and that didn't work, and Casper came flying past, and same with Mo, and then I was pretty much even with Kai and just kept my head down, and knew that I had to catch the same wave as those guys once we turned the outside buoy, and that's what I did, and ran up first, so super stoked.
Yeah, it was you and Mo all the way to the finish, and Mo just lost the grip on his paddle, making for an exciting finish. Great win for you, Connor, and we'll see you tomorrow for the long distance.
Thank you, Rocky.
All right, Connor Baxter, great champion, and he is your #1 racer for today. Connor Baxter from Maui. And we're with the runner-up, second place finisher, Mo Freitas. You had a great race, just a little slip up in the end. What happened there with your paddle?
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough race all the way. I had a good start. My board is working amazing, and I kind of just, I couldn't fall. There's no way you can fall in this kind of a race. And I was on the wave, and then I had such a gnarly drop that my board went underwater, and I took my front leg off, and I used it as like a balance in the water. And then I put it back on my board, and then my paddle, when I just so much adrenaline, and my paddle went in between my legs, and I kind of lost it. But congrats to Connor. He's #1, and he deserves it. He's an amazing paddler. So.
Yeah, well, you had a great showing here, making the final, second place finish. We'll look for you tomorrow at the long distance race. Best of luck to you, Mo. Good job.
Thank you, Rocky.
All right, Mo Freitas. Second place from the North Shore. Give it up for Mo. And we'll talk to our third place finisher, Casper Steinfath from the great surfing nation of Denmark. Casper, you were, in the middle of the pack coming around the flag on the inside. How did you shoot into first place after that?
It's a really good question. I don't exactly know what happened. I caught a good wave next to Kai and Connor. And we were just a lot of people on the wave, and all of a sudden, I just held on when everyone fell off. And, it's just when things go your way, you just got to grab the opportunity. There was a window of free passage, and I was really happy it came around. Really stoked to get third place. And I have so much respect for all the competitors here. And I think we all agree that this was just a fantastic day that's seen the best of stand-up paddle racing.
Yeah, it's a great venue here at Huntington Beach. And a great showing for you, third place among the world's best, making quite a name for yourself. Good job, and we'll see you tomorrow for the long distance.
Thank you so much.
All right, Casper Steinfath, stoked on the top 3 finish. And we're going to show you a quick recap on watermanleague.com of the women's race. And we're going to shoot over to that recap as we see Zane Schweitzer, one of our finalists, doing very well here in the short course distance race. Dave Bainey, the women went off as well.
Yeah, no doubt, Rocky. Kind of the same story, right? Candice went out in front, Everybody caught a wave to catch up with her, keeping her calm, cool, collected self. You know, casually runs around that flag, but she really put it into another gear after she rounds that flag and out-sprinted everybody to that buoy. Turned that buoy, rides that wave in for the win. So textbook Candace Appleby surf racing right there as we see the start of the men's final. Kai Lenny shot out real strong, but it was Mo Freitas first around that buoy. So it was Mo, Kai, Connor, and I think Eric Tarian.
Or there's the tactic from Connor Baxter.
Yep.
Kind of squeezing the other two competitors off the wave. Couldn't get Mo to give up. And Mo was right behind him going into that final lap. And then here, Casper Steinfeld just like has a jet propulsion on the bottom of his board. Somehow gets in the lead. And now all three of them riding. This was important here, Dave.
Yeah, well, it came down to this ride right here. All the work was done, but you had to ride this out as Mo just muscles through it. Connor looking smooth. As they bang boards, Connor gets to the beach first. Mo drops his paddle, and there you go. Connor sprints it up the beach. First place, Connor Baxter. Second place, Mo Freitas. And Casper stoked with that third place coming from the middle of the pack, so well done.
All competitors and everybody, please report to the podium. Please report to the podium for our awards presentation. All right, if we could have all of our spectators and competitors, please come up to the podium area for the awards presentation of the Stand-Up Paddle World Series Sprint Course, short course racing for this Saturday. Welcome everybody watching on watermanleague.com. I was doing my best Fido impressions on stage here, taking direction very well from our production team as we always do. But thank you for watching live on watermanleague.com and for joining us live here on the beach for probably one of the most exciting racing conditions in and out through the surf, the M course, making racers go out to the buoy, back into shore, around the flag, and back out to the second buoy. Probably one of the most brilliant course designs that we've seen in stand-up paddle racing. And it was very, very cool to see all of the clutch performances by the world's best stand-up paddle athletes right here at Huntington Beach. Want to thank all of our folks here at Huntington Beach for allowing us to put on this great event. It's been a wonderful week so far. We had great surf for our surfing division. We had great racing conditions today. Very calm winds, glassy conditions, perfect for our athletes to use those race boards in and out through the surf. And we'll be joined by Tristan Boxford and our Waterman League crew to award the women's finalists, which I need so I can call their names appropriately. Do we have those results?
I will get them right.
So Tristan will help us gather the appropriate information, and all racers and spectators, friends and family, please come on up to the podium area so we can present the top three of the women's and the top three of the men's. Now tomorrow we'll be checking in here at 8 a.m. for our Nakamakai Junior event. We'll be checking in at 12 noon for the long distance racing, and we'll look for a start at 12:30 Probably going to be the same type of course, in and out through the surf, but a lot longer distance tomorrow for that distance race to complete this stand-up paddle World Tour and World Series Huntington Beach Pro event right here at this beautiful Southern California venue. And we have Dawn here from Turtle Bay. And Dawn, representing Turtle Bay, one of our great sponsors. Dawn, what do you have for all of us here at Huntington Beach?
We're giving away a free trip for 2 to Turtle Bay, 2 free airline tickets round trip, also 5-night stay at the beautiful Turtle Bay Resort, the only resort on the North Shore of Oahu.
So you can enter to win this all expenses paid trip for 2 to Turtle Bay by visiting Dawn right over here in our tent. She can register you for that contest, or you can go to turtlebaysup.com. Now you have some merchandise over there. What do people have to do to get a t-shirt from you?
They can follow us online. Do you know the Instagram account?
It is Stand Up World Tour, right? Stand Up World Tour. So if you go show Dawn that you're following Stand Up World Tour on Instagram, she'll give you a free shirt. And I think we have quite a few over there. So start following and earn a Turtle Bay shirt, the most dynamic and unique resort on Oahu's fabled North Shore. Dawn, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Rocky.
All right, go see Dawn. She's got t-shirts for you if you can show that you've been following or you started following Stand Up World Tour on Instagram. But she's going to help us give away some of our medals too. On to the awards presentation for the women. Getting 3rd place and a bronze medal. Please give it up. Put your hands together for Keale Doris. Keale had a little bit of a bump in the head from her board in the semifinal round, but recovered nicely to finish 3rd. Come on up, Keale. Good job. In 2nd place, put your hands together for Angela Jackson. And Angela, strong performance here, making the podium once again. And please help me to welcome your short course sprint race Stand-Up Paddle World Series Huntington Beach Pro Champion. Give it up for Candace Appleby. So we'll start with Keale really quickly. Keale, you had a tough semifinal, got a little bit of a bonk in the head from your board, but you recovered nicely. How do you feel?
I feel a lot better now. Still a little bit sore, but hopefully get over it soon.
Are you going to be ready for tomorrow's long distance race?
Hopefully.
We're all hoping for you too. Angela, another great performance for you, coming up in 2nd place. How was the course out there for you?
Course is really fun. The waves are, just not sure what you're going to get each time, so it can be flat. Could have 5 set waves, so I enjoy that type of racing, so it was fun.
And Candace, you got to be pretty stoked. Another win for you. What are you looking for into the long distance race tomorrow?
Just try to keep it all together and stay out in the front and be smart on the waves. And, there's some of the top girls that do the World Series, like Angie and Lina. They're really fast, and Fiona's really fast, and Keala. So it's gonna be an exciting race, and if anything can happen when there's surf, so you can't really let anybody get ahead. You got to try to stick together as much as you can. So I'm gonna try to do that.
Well, you did excellent today. All of your heats, you look really good. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
All right, one other round of applause once again for all of our girls here in the final, performing very well in the treacherous Huntington Beach shore break and surf with these big race boards, man. That's not easy. Thank you, girls. And now on to the men for the Stand-Up World Series short course sprint race results. In third place, from the great surfing nation of Denmark, please put your hands together for Kasper Steinfath. In second place, your runner-up, he was right there all the way to the finish. Give it up for Mo Freitas. And your champion, ratings leader, coming into this event, he narrowly escaped defeat, but he comes away number one. Please put your hands together for the powerhouse, Connor Baxter. So we'll get Connor his gold medal, and we'll talk to our finalists for just a moment here. Kasper, a great race. You know, you had to race nearly 5 times today to get to the final. Talk about the course and how much it took out of you.
I think I speak for everyone. It's when I say this course took the best out of everyone. Like paddling out through the waves, you never knew what was going to come at you, and it's that thing of uncertainty that's just so killer. And I'm happy to make it this far. It was a big honor to ride in next to all these guys on the same wave, and I feel happy that I pushed myself to my limit, and thanks to everyone that supported this event.
Cool, right on, Kasper. Quite the gentleman here. And Mo Freitas, you had it all the way there. You just had a little slip up in the end, but you got to be happy with the second place finish.
Yeah, you know, always stoked to come by, you know, Connor. You know, these are the guys that I look up to and that I want to be like. So when I come next to them, it feels good. But yeah, again, my board was working amazing, so I feel super confident coming into tomorrow and stuff. So.
Right on. Connor Baxter, another win for you. You had a little bit of a tough time last year at this event. It's got to be feeling pretty good to kind of have some redemption.
Yeah, last year going down in the semis was a huge mistake. And with more events coming, you know, I had a chance still, but every event counts. So I was stoked to come on top and just getting ready for tomorrow.
All right, give it up for our boys 1, 2, and 3. Long distance racing coming up tomorrow. Thank you for joining us on watermanleague.com. We will be here tomorrow for the long distance racing. I'm Rocky Cannon on behalf of David Bainey and all of our great crew here at the Waterman League. We thank you for joining us, and we'll have some racing up for you tomorrow, long distance and junior racing here at Huntington Beach. Mahalo.